What up, y'all? Happy Wednesday. How's it going? Alright, I think we're good. Game isn't doing the weird. I think that after the fix, I probably should have restarted my computer. Because it was being so weird. Alright, let me say my hellos. Alright, I don't know if y'all are still here from before. I'm just gonna start at the bottom. Hi, Darth. 175 stream streak. Hell yeah, let's go. Hi, Keem. Hi, Soy. Hi, PJ. Thank you for the partner hype. Hi, Owl. Hi, Doodle. Hi, Lunaria. How is everybody doing? Alright, yeah, I think my computer just needed a restart. Alright. I'm doing okay. I'm doing okay. I got a little more sleep than normal, so progress. But I'm doing okay. Thank you for the partner hype, y'all. Thank you. We are 2 of 6. We're moving and grooving. We're trying our best. Yesterday did not count, but that's okay. It still wasn't an incredible day, an incredible stream. So we're not counting it out. We are not counting it out. It may not have counted towards the number, but hey, it still was really good. Let's see. So my plan for today, y'all, was to do Dustwing and Shimmerfly during the Duskwing window, and then at night we can do Princess Ladybug. Also, Darkness was telling us that they know a spot for the Night Shadow Batterfly that we need for the board as well, because we need those starred. So we're gonna work on bugs today, y'all. So that is a plan. I'm gonna need to get a bunch of gold to make some more lures, but other than that, we're good. But yeah, that's the plan for today, y'all. Hi, Race. How's it going? How are you? We got color of the day. Yeah, it was black and blue. All right, color of the day has been selected. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Yeah, Sunday was a pop-up stream. But I did try to give as much warning as I could. I participated in the Palia games, so our team spot was on Sunday, so it just turned out to be one of those random days. I am so sorry. I had a feeling that might have happened to some of y'all, because I normally don't stream on a Sunday. Hi Jay, how are you? Oh, Race. But you're always here. You're always here. You're here in spirit. So I wouldn't count out the fact that your streak broke. I feel bad when people's streaks break, but I still appreciate y'all showing up in any capacity that you can. So that's what matters more. Race, you have a house on the community plot. Did you still want it? I believe it was this one. Also, we kind of moved the houses, if that hasn't been obvious. We got the new plot. Yeah, so this is our community plot. We ended up buying the new landscape and then reworked where all the community houses were. Before, it used to be like one side was the state side and one side was the cottage side. So now we have like an actual neighborhood and a community, and it's kind of crazy. I'm struggling on time. Okay, we can reassign it. That's fine. But if you ever do want to do any designing, just let us know. We can always make another community plot. The pathing came with the landscape. Yeah, so this particular landscape is like the fairy tale cottage one. So all of the pathing lead to these essentially fake houses. And we thought it was perfect for our community. So we utilized that same structure and then put the houses on either side of the path. Yeah, that's just gonna be an open slot. Unless I claim it for myself, which I might. I might claim it for myself to actually have a house. I might actually claim it for my own home, and I won't have to sleep in the work shed with a sleeping bag. Sadly, there's no couch. I know. Oh, gosh, I gotta get you this couch. I really do. That's so wild. I still don't have it. Oh, okay. Let me not get distracted in decorating. We can decorate later. Darth, did you put a Darth was here? Read it right quick. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. What did you write? Oh gosh. What did you write? What did you write? What did you? Oh, wait, not turn off light. House for sale. Get regal with this Kilima estate. Chill out. I'm not gonna rewrite that, but I'm just gonna. Oh my gosh, is that little ducks? Oh wait, no, they're lemons. Oh my gosh, that's so cute. Look at the little shoes. Oh shoot. Stop. There's a feather duster too. I know. That makeshift couch is so elusive. Like eventually I'll get it, but I don't know when. I have like no idea when. Okay, I need to you got a wardrobe in your house? Where are the wardrobes here? Oh, they're in the cooking area. Alright, let me change my outfit. We're doing blue and black. Oh, that's what you. Oh, Fire has one. What outfit have I not used in a while? Oh, I haven't gotten to use the Red Riding Hood one. Let's stick with the fairy tale theme. Are there pants to this outfit, or is it just? This is just one outfit, right? No, we're totally doing hood. All right, I got my outfit. All right, let me grab all the lures that I do have because it is almost time we can meet for Dustwing if you'd like. Oh, let me make some of those estate. Alright, I can make half of them right now. Uh, 15 left. I already put 3, so I only needed 30 left. I put 3 at the bottom, so all the bottoms on this side closest to the sign are done. I still gotta do the other side. If you have any honey lures, y'all, bring them on out. I'm gonna grab some smoke. Oh wait, I can just grab smoke candles. Let me not forget the buzzy as well. All right. I will come and bring more lures if I need to. You're good. I am going. You'll grab yours. Okay. Darth, you're getting kicked out. I'm gonna mosey. Okay. Oh wait, no, I can't mosey. I gotta. I gotta clear my. I need to buy more bug bombs. Hold on. Hi, Emily. How's it going? Y'all, we are going to do Dustwing and let's put all that away. I just have so many flipping arrows. Okay, that's good enough. Alright, let me go grab some bug bags. Alright, Darth, you're gonna get kicked out here a second. I'm doing okay. I am doing okay. We are about to go do some bug hunts. If anyone would like to join, you're more than welcome. Just come to Kilima. If we're not already friends, go ahead and add me. Just let me know that you're gonna add me and what your in-game name is. We are gonna do Shimmerfly and Dustwing at the same time, and then when Dustwing is done, we're gonna do Princess Ladybug. Of course. Join anytime. Dustwing is up and from 3 a.m. to 6 p.m. So feel free to jump in at any point. And then after that, we will hop over to Princess Ladybug. Sorry y'all for the spam. If there was a way to just like buy all, that'd be great. Instead of having to hit the button every single time. There's gotta be a faster way. Hi Amanda, how's it going? Yeah, my computer definitely needed to restart because now we're chilling. I think because I didn't restart after the hotfix, I think that's what was making it be weird. Thank you for the partner hype. Thank you, thank you. I'm gonna go scope out to see if anybody is out there. In case we need to find another server. I don't want to step on anybody's toes. Alright, I'm gonna head to Maji Hollow. getting pinged somewhere. Dude, that's so early. Okay. You have 23. Okay. Bring what you can. We'll do. Oh, it's definitely a giant group already here on this server, y'all. I gotta find a different server. I'm gonna go home and come back out. Yeah, there's like 20 people just standing right there. I figured because they were talking about something in the server. I'm gonna go home, come back. If anyone else finds a server that is less people, let me know. I think right now everybody and mama's gonna be out. I think it's gonna be like Dustwing all over again. Hopefully with less toxicity. Okay. I'm gonna go and see if the server is good. Maji Hollow. I can give you exact on map. We usually meet here in Maji Hollow. I-5. No, it's on the left side of the map. Yeah, same place as yesterday. Yep. That's where Dustwing pops up, and so I think it would just be in our best interest to go at the same time as Dustwing. Nope. Say this is the same server with all the people. Oh well, is it? No, there's just one person here. We could just put a lure here. There's just one person with another lure, but we can both coexist in the same space. So if we want to meet here, we can. It's just one other. And they're free to just like jump in too. Forgot to get more food. Okay. Hang on, y'all. I'm gonna put these glasses on. Are we on the same server? Hi, Brett. Wait, I saw it. 175 stream streak, let's go. How are you, Brett? Y'all, regardless of your stream streak, I am beyond grateful that y'all are sticking with me, especially through this partner push. It has been a wild and crazy journey since we all have met each other. I will say. It has been insane. It has been insane, y'all. Okay. We'll wait till everybody gets here and then we can all kind of get into groups. We're probably gonna need two groups, 2-3 groups, depending on how many are here. Did I forget to mute? Did I just like hear myself? I swear I heard myself, y'all. I don't know where the heck. Welcome back. Oh, no worries. Take your time. Black and blue, y'all, is the color of the day. Black and blue is the color of the day. Okay. No worries, y'all. Take your time. We can start anytime in between 3 and 6. So, we 5 people ahead of you. Okay. We'll just need to start doing some parties. But it is nice to see everybody, and we're not crashing. And we're not crashing today. So, hey, let's just call that a win in itself. We are not crashing, y'all. A win is a win. If anybody else is wanting to join us, we are in Maji Hollow at I5 if you'd like to come. We are just waiting on Al and Al's here, and then Darth. Darth was still loading in, yeah. Does somebody want to start a second party group? I haven't started the first yet. I'm just making sure we all have enough parties. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. That is a paragraph. Y'all, that was an entire paragraph of I don't even know what was. What was that? I didn't even read it. It was just a I don't know. That is a paragraph. There's not a word. There's not a word limit. Did they mean to? Maybe they didn't mean it. Maybe they didn't mean. Maybe they didn't mean to type it there. Maybe they meant to actually type in their bio and they accidentally typed it in chat. I'm sorry, what? She's a furry. Who can transform. You know what? No. I don't want to know. This is already too much information. I don't. Okay. Who would like to start another party? We need probably 2 to 3 groups. So I would just say who is here, group up. Don't ask why I'm a furry is crazy. They actually said that though. That's the wild thing. Like, you brought this up. Like, you brought the attention to you, you know? Like, what we supposed to do? Just not say anything? I'm not saying anything. This is so strange. This is so strange. I don't even. Okay. Who wants to lead one of the, like, I would say split this group, like y'all that are in front of me, 3 and 3, and then we'll have a third group so that we have a space in every group in case more people come. We can just quickly pick them up. So whoever wants to lead a group would be great. So we need 3 groups in total. But I would say if you could split y'all up and then leave one space in each party to pick up another person, that'd be great. Thank you, Al. Nobody invite me. I'm gonna be the outlier. I'll pick up one other person, but y'all pick up each other, and then I'll leave my space for when, if anyone like quickly comes up and asks like, hey, can you invite me? Yeah, MySpace, the true social media. Yep. You know how toxic like top 8 would be now? Like, back then it was like kind of offensive. Like, one day you'd be on your friend's top 8 and then the next day you wouldn't, and then you'd go to school and you'd be like, what the hell, you know? But like, now people would be on some shit on the top 8. Like, it would be so toxic. Oh my gosh, it would be so toxic. Oh, that'd be so funny. We are forming 2 groups, so Al is leading one. Whoever would like to lead the second, and then I'll pick up somebody, and then we'll do a third. Is there anybody else that would like to join? Y'all know how we got here. Like, these conversations are crazy. Hi Tori, how's it going? Kiwi. I can't. I'm not sure why you felt like I can't. Oh, Lunaria was AFK. Who is leading the second group? Thank you. I need to get a new pair, but these glasses have been with me for some time. All the lights were like hurting my eyes yesterday, so who wants to lead the second group? Emily, would you like to lead the second group? Al, who have you already invited so that we know who needs? Okay, so if you need a party, just say so in chat, and then we'll get you in a party. I would just say 3 and 3, y'all. 3 and 3. I think Lunaria, Al. Did you grab Snoy, Al? Snoy, you need a party? Okay. Ironic is a party. So, Emily, if you want to invite Snoy and Ironic, and then Al, you have Lunaria and Sarah. And I'll grab Darth. Okay. I have Lunaria. Lunaria, are you there to accept the party invite? And I think we're good. I think, is everybody in a party? I don't know what's happening in game chat. I'm just ignoring it. I'm ignoring it. I don't even know. You're in someone else's party? Who is the someone else? Wait, are you in someone else's party as in you need to stay in that person's party? Because that's totally fine. Sorry, you totally wrote that in server and now you're stuck in the server chat. Yes, full party. Oh, you invited her. Oh, okay. We're good. Okay, perfect. You're in Emily's party. You have 4 people in your party, and then Al, you have room for 2, and I have room for 2, and then we'll pick up. Wait. Darth, are you in the party? I just don't see you. Okay. Perfect. It's Al, so we're all good. Everybody's in a party. We're good to go, y'all. We can start. Anyone else that would like to join, just come on through and we will wait, did y'all who put that down? I literally was just about to put one down. Now I'm all bugged out from trying to put one down. Thanks to whoever put that down. it probably I want to say it was someone else, because we were just waiting for all of us to get into a party so we wouldn't be having to play the guessing game. Oh, let me write this here so y'all know. The command for the plushie counter is exclamation point plushie, y'all. Let me add the plushie. I don't have the plushie counter on here. Let me add it. All right, perfect. It's at the top of the screen. It's exclamation plushie. Oh. Did they hotfix it already? No, it just wasn't equipped. I thought they hotfixed the crystal ball, but it was just not equipped anymore for some reason. There's a dust wing on the run! Come back here! Oh, we got it. Anyone is welcome to join. If you need to add me, just let me know. We will, it's exclamation point Palia for the command. Just let me know if you're gonna add me though. I figured this is the best time to do this because then we have a chance at getting the Dustwing as well as getting the Shimmerfly. And honestly, the Kilima moths, they tend to like take over the entire area when you're trying to get the Well, that too. That too. They don't spook, so you have to like essentially catch them or do something. You know what I mean? Do something to make them go away. So I feel like this was like the best bet. Hi, Red. How's it going? Yes, crashes are fixed. Crashes are fixed. We are free to enjoy the game. I'm a bad boy. I need so many of these starred. they're so cool to look at. Gosh, there's shimmerflies everywhere, y'all. Fingers crossed on a plushie, y'all. Of course, Red. Come join. If you're on, I can invite you to the party. We have plenty of space. Just loading? Okay, let me know when you're on and I will invite you. Dude, I don't even know where to shoot anymore. There's so many. I'm gonna travel. Ah, come back. Do we want to do two lures, or are we good with one? I can put a second one down. It's just gonna be a little chaotic. Yep, feel free to bring lures, smoke candles if you'd like, because they do spook really quick, but I think we're doing okay. Y'all, I need to start putting when our community is done, I'm definitely putting it on the board. I need votes. I don't have any nameplates. I don't know what to. Oh my gosh, there's so many. Like, what am I aiming for? Hi, Nat. How's it going? Thank you for the partner hype. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, I ate. How are you? Oh my gosh, that thing is pulling. Oh, the thing gone. It's gone. Oh my gosh. Gosh, there's so many dustwing. Oh my gosh, there's so many dustwing everywhere. Red, are you on? I can send that invite. Invite sent. Take your time. No, we're just we're out here until 6, and then we're gonna swap to some Princess Ladybugs. It's just easier to do when the dustwing is out. They're easier to spot and easier to get without the moth being in the way. Wait. Okay. Red, whenever you're ready, you'll be able to just teleport to us. Oops, I am hitting the wrong button. Oh, I didn't even realize there was one over here. Gosh, y'all, there's so many. Okay, I'm gonna pick up bags so I'm not getting lost. But like I'm hitting ones that are on the ground. Dude, they spawn really quickly too. Y'all, I turned up the music a hair. Let me know if it's too loud. Or not loud enough. Oh, Duskwing, where are you? I feel like we always hit a time in the day where it just like hardly see anything. Oh, hi. Dustwing. Oh, hi. There's 2 Dustwings. Oh, hi. There's a 3rd one. Not me just like talking about it and they all just spawned around me. Like I was attracting Dustwing or something. All 3 of them spawned right there. Right? Like all 3 of them were just like just showed up out of nowhere. So like, oh, you said Dustwing? It's the color. It's the color, I swear. That's what they're attracted to. Dude, I'm probably gonna hit 400 when Insectpalooza comes out. It's gonna be insane. That's where I got most of my bug level. Because you were just constantly, like, for the entire week, we're just bug hunting. And a lot of RTV. A lot of RTV. No requests? It's crazy. Sorry, I was like catching up on loot. Did not realize that the lure was done. Oh my gosh, this is so far away. We need some plushies. That's what we need. Where are they hiding? Is it me? There's a lot of bugs on the ground. Is somebody catching bugs on the ground? Because there seems to be way too many of them. And not enough things flying. Okay. Thank you for saying that, because honestly, I'm like on automatic mode, and I just, as soon as I see it not there, I put it down. I'm just trying to scare all the bugs on the ground. Oh, that thing was trying to go. Oh, that one's already down. Just kidding. That one starred. If anyone else would like to join, just let us know. You can add me and then sync out here. Hi, Miss Baby Doll. Welcome in. How's it going? Thank you for the follow. Alright, we got like an hour and a half in game, y'all, before we gotta swap to Ladybugs. I wonder, for Ladybugs, we can either go back here, or I think we can go here. There's more flat open space. over by like this dock on the other side of Remembrance. I think we can go there. Okay, Al, no worries. Brad, do you want to put the other lure down? Thank you, thank you. There are way too many ground bugs. There's no way I hit both of those. Oh my gosh, I did. Wow. Alrighty. You put plushie shoes, I can't. Red. Here's to hoping. Alright, y'all. 1 more hour in game. The Shimmerflies will still spawn, but the Dustwings will not. So at that point, we will swap to Princess Ladybug. Just because the moths are a pain in the butt trying to catch the Shimmerflies with them. They don't spook, and they tend to just take over the entire area. So no more lures here after this one. We'll swap to Princess Ladybug. I wonder what the problem was. The crashing problem. I wonder what caused all the crashes. They never said, right? Okay. That one. Wait, wasn't there 2? Oh, they're both in the same spot. Got it. Okay. I want to say, y'all, we probably could go here. This area, D8, D8, C8, by the beach, or by the water. I feel like Princess Ladybug could spawn there. So if you want to sell or go home or buy more bug bombs, I want to try out there. If not, we can try a different spot, but I want to try there too. I am gonna empty my inventory though. Oh wait, did I turn in all of the dust wings and things that I had? Oh yeah, I did. I just need to... Okay, let me just sell everything then. Okay, yeah, we can do some cooking today if we'd like. Or we can do it tomorrow. But I'm fine to do cooking today if you'd like. We have not made any food for the bundle yet. So, we still have to cook. We can do a round of ladybugs and then do some cooking if you guys want. So we can get that out of the way. Hi, Fire. Oh, y'all, there's multiple people already here. There's multiple people already here. We probably could just try here. You get them from blue butterflies. I don't know. Do the ladybugs spawn that far? Maybe we can go here. That is true. They do give seeds if you want to grow them as well. Let's try here, y'all. I am at D9. I'm at D9. Fire, I'm doing okay. I'm a little tired, but I did sleep mostly last night, so I think that's progress. Y'all, we are D9. We're gonna try D9 and try our luck here. If you have a lure, go ahead and... Did you just... Red, are you good? Not me seeing red, just all... We can try putting a lure here. And see how it goes. Oh, here's one, y'all. Here's one. I gotta get my follow me sticker. Oh. Okay. They are spawning here, y'all. They are spawning here, but so is all of the other stuff as well. If you see one, say something. There is one, but it's in the water. It's literally in the water. Like, it literally was in the water. You couldn't even see it. No, like, it was like, you couldn't see it at all. It was like deep in the water. Oh my gosh, there's so many moths. Y'all, is this a good spot because there's so many moths? Should we go further down by the lake instead? Or are we still probably gonna get moths down there too, huh? We're probably gonna get moths regardless of where we are, I think. Yeah. I think we just gotta hope for the best. I don't see any yet. Huh? You saw what? Where? No one's laughed at me yet. Is there a better spot for Princess Ladybug? Or are we just always we're gonna get moss regardless of what we get here. We did? We did? Who we? Oh.
Hey.
Hi, Nat. Okay, do we want to keep at this spot or do you want to go further down by lake? Okay, let's go further down by the lake then. You want to do here? Or even further? We can go further. We can go by the lake. Or here. What about here? Are there people down there? Should we try here? I think here is good. I think where y'all are. I think this is a good spot. We can try here. It's nice and flat. We'll try our luck. Here, I'll put a oh wait, oh, you guys put a letter down, just kidding. I think regardless we're gonna get moths, so we're aiming for a ladybug to pop up. Thank you for the hydrate. I gotta go grab some water. I don't have any in here. Actually, I'm gonna go grab that. 1 second, y'all. Okay, I'm here. Oh, I see one, but way down there. Okay, but my my bar is so full, I can't even see. Thank you for the lurk. Thank you, thank you. Oh, wait, y'all, there's one right here. Trying to make sure everybody is hitting it. There we go. Perfect. I have the buzzy jar on, so I'm just... What is happening in server chat? I'm really confused. Is this the same person who was talking about they're a furry? Because I'm lost. I'm actually lost. I'm about to cut off server chat. Like, legitimately. I'm so, like, it's also, like, spamming up my chat. Like, I can't. I'm already trying to, like, keep up with everything. Okay, we can do... Y'all want to do some cooking in, like 30 minutes or so? See if we can try our luck with this Princess Ladybug for a little while. But hey, at least we're not crashing today. I'm still not seeing any. Nothing yet. Nothing yet. Oh. Oh, y'all see one? Oh gosh. I did not hit the follow me in time. Perfect. We're on to something, y'all. We're on to something. Oh, there's another one. Did it go down already? Wait, where'd it go? Wait, did it disappear? Y'all, wait, where did it actually go? Oh, it went down with one hit? Oh, okay. Got it. I'm also really trying to keep up with the follow me, but the chat is moving so fast, it's throwing me off. Like, if I don't see the emote, then I have to see it in chat, and they literally won't stop. Like, this is such a weird conversation to be in server chat. I don't even want to know what that person just said that needed to be censored. Because what the hell is happening right now? Huh? What are we talking about right now? Okay. You know what? I think that I think that we're done now. I think we're done now. How do I turn off chat? I'm gonna miss the follow me's, but it is what it is. How do I turn this actual ish off? Like a no lie. Oh, inside chat, I can turn it off. Bet. Bye, server chat. It's been real, but y'all are doing too damn much. Alright, lure back down, y'all. So sorry. It was really hard for me to keep up with 1,000 bags on my screen, plus the fact that chat just wouldn't shut the fuck up. I was getting really confused. Also, didn't I turn off server chat? Oh wait, no, it just hasn't. Wait, is it still going? What the? I literally turned this shit off. Why aren't you saving? Oh my. Y'all, they were still going. Oh, what's happening? I don't know what's happening. Like, I do not know what's happening. Wild behavior. Yeah, but then I have to actually go look and see who it was talking, and I just, like, I don't... There's multiple people, like, responding, though, so I don't want to go through the whole list of blocking people. I'm just gonna turn off server chat. I need to focus on, like, who is here and nearby. That's what I need to focus on. Oh, it's actually insane behavior. I thought the conversation had stopped because they had stopped talking, but they kept going. And I just don't understand what is going on. But server chat is definitely not the place for a conversation like that. No worries, no worries. Take your time. We will be here. If we're not here, we're going to be cooking. Have we seen another Princess Ladybug? Have they gone poof? Darth, if I turned off my server chat, why is it back? If I turned off my server chat, that doesn't mean I want to know what's still being said. On the real. I'm about to like turn off chat completely, but I don't want to do that because we're in the middle of doing something. When you hit escape, cool. So every time I tab out, I have to reset it. Lord. The drama. Okay, I'll tab out from inventory. Y'all, we'll try this lure, see how we I'll just do it from inventory because I'm working on a double monitor. Ooh, we got a plushie. All right, exclamation plushie, y'all, if you got it. Oh my flipping gosh. All right, that's it. I'm tapping out. Everybody, you know, damn mama is getting blocked. I don't even know who these people are, but you're getting blocked. I'm so sorry. I cannot deal. Like, legitimately, I cannot. It was a Shimmerfly. It was a Shimmerfly. There was one here. I will say we're getting a lot of stickers out here. I'm not seeing any Princess Ladybugs though. Hi Jen, welcome in. Yeah, I thought we'd fit our fairy tale theme that we got going on with this patch. It's pretty much a fairy tale-esque outfit every day. Y'all, I'm not seeing any. I think after this lure, y'all, let's do the cooking for the bundle board, and then we'll come back out and do another rotation. Cause it's looking like moths, and all kinds of moths, and not anything else. Are y'all cool to go cook for a little? And then come back? So... yeah. Okay. Alright. Let's do it. Actually, let me go to town. Let me make sure I have all the ingredients for the board. I might have to go grab some stuff. And our first cooking party on our new landscape. Also, y'all, we are doing a 200 times sashimi on Friday. So if you'd like to join, the link is floating around in chat, but it's also in the Discord. If you have fish, sign up for fish. If you don't have any fish, so just sign up for rice. Let me see what the recipes are. I don't remember what they are. Copa. Okay, let me just look these up to see what ingredients we need for all of them. That'd be the easiest. Instead of going all the way back home to check these. Alright, so for the copa, we need any salt, honey, milk, sweet leaf. So it's probably sweet leaf and copa, or probably just copa for that one. So sweet leaf or copa. I don't know what the starter is for that one. Let me see. I think it's just sweet leaf. I think copa, or yeah, actually it's chopping. It looks like it's chopping, stirring sweet leaf to make ground sweet leaf, and chopping the copa. So that's that recipe. And then choppa is rice, choppa meat, butter, and spice sprout. The butter and spice sprout. We have stuffed cabbage rolls, which is soy sauce, cabbage, which I probably have to grab some. I might have some. Any red meat, any mushroom, carrot, green onion, and then choppa tacos. Choppa tacos is any choppa meat, butter, spice sprout, corn, onion. So corn, onions, green leaf, butter. So kind of a variety of some veggies and things. I don't remember if I have any spice sprouts, so I'm just gonna grab some. And grab some butter. And I'm pretty sure I do not have any soy sauce. I'm gonna grab some of that as well. I have salt. That's such a basic, but I don't know if I have any. I don't know how many things you've cooked with salt in it. As for choppa meat, I'm gonna grab some because I'm not sure if I have any. All right, I'm gonna go grab some veggies from the farm and then I'm gonna head home and then y'all can come over. We are about to do some bundle cooking if anyone would like to join. Okay, then you have the choppa part. Off to leaf hopper. I don't know what the starter recipe is, y'all, so you're gonna have to bear with me on that one. That's the thing. Like I listed the ingredients for the recipe, but I don't know what's some of the things that I listed might be starter stuff. I just don't remember what's a starter. Oh, I don't have dish. I don't remember how many we were supposed to turn in for the board. You have cabbage? Okay, then I'm not gonna get any. I think we're good. If anything worse comes to worse, I'll have someone else start if I don't have the ingredient. Alright, y'all, I'm heading home and we can do some cooking. Hi, Bon. Happy Wednesday. How's it going? 20 copa and 15 the rest? Alright, bet. Alright, let me see where the starter is for all of these. So this one is just salt, which I got that. That's good. We're good there. The mixed... what's in the stove? Nothing? Is it all oven? Okay, that one's just... So honey, salt... okay. What was the other recipe? Oh, stuffed cabbage rolls. So here they are. Okay. Come on over, y'all, if you would like to cook for the bundle board. We'll start with the copa. The candy copa. That's 20 of those. Oh, I forgot to sell. Oh, Red, your house is on this side now. Red, this is your house right here in the corner. I just gotta get you some. I gotta get you some stairs and things, and let me know when you're like ready to decorate and what, like, furniture and whatnot you want for your house. I know it looks. This looks so good, y'all. The neighborhood came out really, really, really good. Darth, did you see I added the well here? Now we have water on this side. Hi, River. How's it going? You just gotta get it. It's 1200 from you still don't have the coin for it? Yeah, you just gotta garden some more. Pretty much. If you want to sacrifice one apple tree for like just a veggie plot, then I would do like a mix of things that are quick. Everybody who is coming over to the plot, go ahead, feel free to explore. We changed our landscape for the community plot, y'all. So feel free to look around. I haven't been on like a month. Does anyone know how to put the picture on top? Like when you are playing Hotbot. Oh, so if you're on PC, but for anywhere else, you go to your inventory at the bottom, you're going to where your character profile is. Are you talking about that picture? We now have icons. And so at the very bottom, you change your icon. So we no longer have a photo of our characters anymore. We now pick an icon. We pick an icon now. What makeshift stuff do you want outside, Snoy? Like a bench or as much as I can. Okay. After we're done cooking and things, we'll get that for you. I'm pretty sure I have extra like benches and like maybe there might be like a little table. We can probably move the bushes you have on this side where the tree is and kind of make like a little like makeshift sitting area. Okay. We got it. We can do that. All right, y'all. We are. Oh my gosh, you have chairs inside, but I feel you. We're gonna start with the candy copa nuts. Wait, the trains are 30 minutes delayed. Oh my gosh. Did something happen on the train? I would say grab a mixing station for mixing sweet leaf, I believe. And then if you're doing coconuts, it's a prep station to chop. So grab a mixing station, I think, or a mixing station or a prep station. Prep station for chopping the coconuts, mixing station to mix so sweet leaf. So it's either sweet leaf or copa, y'all. Sweet leaf or copa. So sweet leaf, mixing station. If you're chopping, grab a prep station. Okay. If you're mixing sweet leaf, grab a mixing station. If you're chopping copa nuts, grab a prep station, okay? I think we're just waiting for a few others to join us and we'll be good to go. I don't know how to find out. You mean find out what happened to the train? These are not new glasses. These are my same old glasses. I just haven't had them on in a minute. And it's bright. It's bright. So I need my glasses. I'm gonna put some stuff. Wait, I was supposed to sell some stuff. That's what I was supposed to do. Is anyone else wanting to come over to do bundle board cooking? Wait, that's so weird. So it's just delayed and you have no answers? Alright, y'all. Prep station. Prep station if you are chopping coconuts. Mixing station if you are mixing sweet leaf. Mixing station if you're mixing sweet leaf. Prep station if you're chopping coconuts. We're doing 20. We need 20 for our recipe. So we have to do, what, 6 of them? 10 of them. We have to do 10 of them. Right? No, 7 of them. We need 21. So we're gonna do this 7 times. Everybody ready? Ready, ready? Nat, are you ready? Lunaria, are you ready? Okay, Lunaria's jumping. Nat, are you ready? Alright, perfect. Alright, y'all, we're starting with some candied copa. Wait, that's crazy. Did everyone get a chance to chop something? Or do we need to do it again? I will say don't mix the candied part until everyone is done chopping. Because then you can't chop after it's mixed. Yes. There's 7 of us, yes. Did everybody get the recipe? Did everyone get a chance to do something? Yeah? Okay. I just want to make sure. Because like, I wasn't looking to see if everyone got a chance to chop or something. Oh no, your game crashed? Do you want to finish the recipe? Wait, wait, your game still crashed? Oh wait, you're probably not here. Oh, just kidding. Darth, are you good? You got the bowl, but you haven't mixed yet. Okay, we will wait until you come back to continue. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I am so sorry, River. Birds are relentless. Red, you crashed? Oh no. Okay, we're gonna wait. We're gonna wait for y'all to come back. It's all good. See, that's like my game was being so weird. That's why I had to reset when I came back. When I got on stream, I was like, wait, what is happening? Everything was like, it wasn't just like stuttering, it was like freezing. I'm sorry, River. That's so annoying. Oh no! Nat, did you crash too? Y'all come back. Our friends are dropping like flies. Okay. Y'all take your time. There's absolutely no rush. I know. But the butterflies. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. But the butterflies are really annoying. No, River, no. I'm so sorry. That is so annoying. I only took the train like twice when I was out there, but this was years ago. Thank you for the partner hype. Thank you, thank you. This was years ago, and it felt like it was a struggle. But it wasn't as bad as a train in Paris. I don't know what the hell that was about, but I don't want to do that again. That was an experience I don't want to have again. Maybe it's different. I don't know. I didn't like it. Okay, we got red back. Blue light. This is true. We do need to match. Okay. Did everybody make it back? Ah, well, we're not matching now. We are definitely purple. Oh, we have a wild darkness. Hi, darkness. How are you, darkness? Did your photo come up? Oh my goodness. Darth, of course you would change it to red. Because why are we surprised? We're not. We're not surprised in the slightest. Y'all. Are we playing tag with lights? Y'all. Y'all chill. Chill. Hi, Liz. How's it going? And then here Pawn goes like, look, I'm gonna just throw in the lights, you know, since we're on the light kick. Y'all are so silly. Okay. Is everybody here? Look. Thank you for the hydrate. Is everybody here and back? Are we good? Can I start? I think we need to do like 2 extra. Yeah? Okay. I'm gonna just drink some water. I'm gonna just drink some water. Y'all doing too much. I'm sorry, River. I'm so sorry. All right. Whoever's on the candied mixing, mix away. We have 7 ingredients in total. I am so sorry. That is such a like I know how much you just want to like go home. You just want to go home and you can't. Let me know y'all's count here in a minute. I think we need to do 2 extra on the back end. Oh my god. Remember, that's such a wild statement, but also I understand. Oh my gosh. That is so felt. Like such a shitty experience. So if we're doing 2 extra, 3, so almost a stack, and we're done. Dude, we're not laughing at your pain. We're laughing at your statement. Just clear that up. We're not laughing. We're not laughing at your pain because that is disrespectful in every type of way. I think the statement is gold. No! Not you crashing again. What is happening? Is this a cooking thing? Is this just like some weird cooking thing? Wait, Nat, you crashed too? Wait, what is happening? How many did we need? 20? Nat, are you coming back? Red, you're gonna call it. Understandable. Yesterday was a shit show. I get it. We crashed so many times. It was super, super frustrating. Yeah, don't wait for me. Okay. The hotfix is only temporary? What you mean it was only temporary? Okay, Nat. Good night, Red. I'm sorry. It's been a crappy experience. Man, y'all. I think Nat is on console. Red's on PC though. Okay, is this the last one that we need for this particular recipe? It's 20 in total. Is the Pokemon game broken? Oh no! Oh no. Are they crashing all of us? We're all probably getting kicked. They're probably doing something. We got Thanos snapped. Jesus. Not who's next. All right, let's take a non-betting bet on who's gonna be snapped next. Your picture isn't gone. They changed how pictures work. we now have a, under the character profile, we have an icon. We have an icon. So you have to change your icon. So if you don't have an icon, it's going to default to like nothing. And then once you pick one, you'll be one of these icons. I think they changed. I don't know why they changed it from what our character looked like to an icon, but they changed it to that. So you just got to come pick an icon. And then you'll be that icon instead of a photo. Of course. No worries. They changed a lot. So if you have any other questions, feel free to ask. Thank you for the partner hype. The trigger word. Okay, crash is not a trigger word anymore. I took it off, y'all. I took it off. We can't be loving over the crash anymore. It was a funny haha yesterday. It's not so funny and or haha today. I miss Baby Doll. Thank you for the Prime sub. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You only get one of those a month, and I appreciate you giving it to me. Thank you, thank you, thank you. There is no such thing as dumb questions. Never feel afraid to ask questions, y'all. We can always learn from something. That goes with life, y'all. Never be afraid to ask questions. Okay, let's start. Let's do stuffed cabbage. Owl's on her way back. Oh wait, Owl, did you get the last candy? Copa, do you need one more? River. No, River. River, are you kidding? It didn't stop? Get the... Not only was the train late, but it didn't stop for the people that are standing at the platform? Okay, what is happening and why is it happening? That is insane. I would raise hell on everybody involved. Al, do you need one more candy copa? Oh, you have 21. Okay, perfect. All right, let's do stuffed cabbage. Stuffed cabbage, y'all. Stuffed cabbage. Right? They're like, you need to be out in the world. What are y'all doing cooking? That's why they're trying to kick us. All right, y'all. Stuffed cabbage. We need to blanch. So if you're doing cabbage, you need it on a stove. If you are going to do the cabbage roll, it's the mixing station. And if you're going to chop any crab, I'm sorry. That's not true. They mean meat. They mean meat. Chopped mushroom, carrot, or green onions. If you're chopping of any sort of thing, grab a prep station. If you want to do the cabbage, grab a stove. Cabbage is stove, chopping is everywhere else on a prep station, okay? All right, here we go. We only need 15 of these. That is absolutely insane, River. I'm so sorry. That is such a wild experience. Let me know if you need me to chop anything. No. Ironic you got... Oh no. Y'all, it's the cooking. The game is literally telling us, why are you cooking? You should be catching every bug that you're supposed to be catching. What are you doing out here? Wild work. Not the game preventing us from cooking. As a group. Oh my gosh, River, I'm so sorry. I'm really, really sorry that you're experiencing this. Today is a day. Today sounds like it's a day. I don't know about being good. Today is a day. You get Taco Bell and you don't have to pay for it? Alright, so one of us is winning. One of us is winning. The rest of us are just scraping by. That's what that is. Because what the hell? It's a full moon today? Okay. That's what this weird energy is about. Right. The game's like, okay, well, you do have to do some cooking, right? But you can't do it with friends. You got to do it by yourself, and that's rude and disrespectful because we like cooking together. Thank you so much, y'all, for lurking and tabbing. I truly, truly appreciate y'all. It's insane we are able to finally push for partner. I would not be able to do any of this without y'all. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Truly for sticking with me and showing up in any capacity that you can. No! Nat! Oh my gosh, y'all! Okay, can we wipe away this full moon? Because what the hell? Full moon. Chill out. Chill out, full moon. We just trying to exist in this world, okay? We trying to survive. We were trying to just chill, okay? You crap. No. Oh my gosh, y'all, what is happening? What in the world is happening? Nat's gone. Snowy's about to be gone. I'm gone. Welp. Welp. About that. I'll be back, y'all. I'll be back in a minute. I am so sorry that everybody just got kicked off the plot. I am so sorry. Oh, it was like the first kick of the night. I mean, it wasn't even that bad, right? I just, You saved the recipe? Oh, hell yeah. You were able to click it before I went gone? Alright. No! River, are you really that far from home? Is there no other way to get home besides a train? Not booked a hotel. Yo. I'm still there? Okay, well, let me load in fast. You're 3 towns away? Oh my gosh, you are nowhere near home. Oh, y'all, what is happening? Okay, well, I hope that the train or something comes soon. Like, you need to get home. That is so not okay. And it's also late. You got a turtle from the fishing game? We get kicked when you load in? Wait, y'all were still... Wait. Y'all were still there, and then when I load in, y'all will get kicked at that point? It doesn't notice a crash until you load in? Oh my gosh. So I was just chilling there, crashed out. Well, I'm on now. How many stuffed cabbage? Y'all saw my character frozen in time? Why was she doing that? Okay, Lunaria. It should be 2 stacks of 3. Okay, I did get it. I did get it. Also, I don't... How do I get up here? Holy crap, y'all. What is going on? Did they say anything in the... Who sent me a friend request? No, we're not doing this. Y'all, I'm also putting this blanket statement out. If you get a random message from me, it's not me. I will not DM you on Discord. Just... I will not DM you on Discord. It's not me. It's truly not me. Be back 1 second. Okay. Fairy tale vibes. Frozen. All right. I think we're still waiting for others to get back on. Oh my gosh. River. Chill. You know it's me. River, you're a mod. I have to be able to communicate with you. I can't be like, well, you know, it's not me. I haven't talked to you at all. Right? Y'all. Nope, you haven't been talking to me. I have been a figure of your guys' imagination. Nah, wait, what? Wait, hold on. I never said I was AI. Like, we can get that one out of there. I just said I was made up. I didn't say I was AI. AI is a whole other... That shit look real, and it's scary. Like, half the videos on TikTok are not real people, and it's freaky as hell. The internet is a weird fucking place. I want to go back to dial-up. No, I don't. That's a lie. No, I don't. Right, made up. Yeah. I'll be an imaginary person, but like, don't call me AI. Like, that's where I draw the line. Don't call me AI. Like, I could be made up. I'm not AI. Is there anybody else trying to get back on the plot? I'm just gonna wait. I don't think it's the plot that's causing us to crash. I think it's the game itself. I think, as Darkness said, it's a temporary fix, not a full fix. They just threw up a temporary hotfix. They didn't fully fix the game. I don't think they actually know what is causing all of our crashes. Wait, am I missing something somewhere? Nobody has any answers? Like, none whatsoever? Like, nobody, there's no number you can call. There's no person you could reach out to. Like, how do you get answers for a delayed train in the UK? Somebody used to say I was AI and had AI hands? Why do I not remember this? Why do I not remember this? Who said that? I'm not in Dream now. That's a lie. I'm not in Dream. I told you one thing about Dream, and now you're still convinced I'm in Dream. I'm not in Dream. You don't see me. You don't see my picture nowhere. Nowhere. None whatsoever. I'm starting this recipe. Y'all are on one today. You don't remember seeing my hands? I'm not showing y'all my hands just to show you my hands. I'm not the main singer of Dream. Y'all. No. Just because I live in California doesn't make me a famous person. You think if I was famous, I'd be church partner already? All right, game. All right. We're not talking about no. Oh my gosh, Nat, you still have that account? You still have that account? You still have that account? That's wild that you still have that account. Y'all, I don't think we're gonna be able to cook right now. I think that our cooking privileges have been like actually revoked. Because we were You saved it again? Oh my gosh, what? Did everybody get the recipe before I load back in? Palia wants me to starve? No. Did everybody get the recipe that was there? Okay, let's try a new server. That sounds like a good idea. Nobody come over until we find a new server. I think that's an excellent idea. I'm just gonna stand here a second and hope I don't get kicked. I don't know if we're on the same server we were just on though. And I'm not sure if it's loading me into a different server. Wait, what's not moving? Wait. Wait, now there's another train that just blocked the What the hell? River, I know you don't want to, but I think you might have to. I think that might be your only way home at this point. This train doesn't seem like it's gonna show. Oh, it's a shipping container? I mean, a shipping... That's wild. Okay. Should I just start a quick recipe to see if I crash? Do you want me to sync to you? Are you on a different server? Okay, let's see. All we're trying to do is cook and literally do the cooking bundles, and we are struggling to stay on. Okay. Okay. Let's try, y'all. Let's try. We synced to a new server. Hopefully it's a little more stable. Maybe we can finish these recipes out. No. Oh my gosh. Whatever, you might have to call an Uber. I know you don't want to, but I think you're gonna have to. Is it just like, is it an open platform? Like a, sorry, that's not what I meant to say. There's no seats. It's probably because the trains come and go. What the trains are normally on a normal day probably come and go is so quickly. So there are nothing open and exposed to the elements. Oh my gosh. For her, please call an Uber. Please call an Uber. Because this is too much now. It was too much before, but it's definitely too much now. Wait, who else is on the plot? Oh, Al's okay. Al's down there. Not freaking naked and afraid survivor type stuff. Absolutely not. Oh wait, I'm missing my opportunity. Not both of us dancing. Oh wait, everybody who clicks it can dance? Oh my gosh, that's so good. Oh, this is so cute. Nat, I know it didn't make you go on the oven when you tried to dance. That was so wrong. It immediately, like, it immediately put you on the oven. Oh, that's so funny. Okay, let's try cooking, y'all, before something scary happens. Before something scary happens. Cabbage. Stuffed cabbage, y'all. Stuffed cabbage. Oh gosh, that was already scary. Oh my goodness. Like how? Like how? Like how did we get here? Immediate crash? No. No. You did all that dancing just for it to crash you already. Well. River. Can you please call an Uber? An Uber, a Lyft. I don't. Y'all got Uber, right? Yeah, you have Uber. you definitely. It's definitely time. Unfortunately, I know you don't want to. Darth? How the hell did you get down there? Gosh dang it! Okay. I just don't think that we are. River, please get yourself out of the situation. I don't think we're gonna. I don't think we're gonna make it, y'all. I don't think we're gonna make it to these recipes right now. I think we need to get the hell out of Killama. I don't have a white flag. Oh my gosh, that is so good. River. River for the river. First of all, the amount of TMI that is wild. Secondly, can you please just call an Uber? Please just call an Uber. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna get any of this cooking stuff done. I'm gonna just put these planks in here while I have the opportunity to do so. Oh, right. It's not in here. Nothing has loaded. Okay, there they are. Oh shoot, I'm stuck. Were you able to save the recipe? Okay, so you did save the recipe. We're able to get the recipe who happened to be here. Good golly, this is not gonna. I don't think this is gonna work, y'all. I don't think we're gonna be able to finish cooking. Okay. Do we want to go back to bug catching? Because cooking might be out for right now. Like turn in what we got and hope for the best. Darth, you want to try one more recipe to see if it sticks, or do you want to go back? Hi, Rybear. How are you? Oh my gosh. Y'all, I don't even know. It's bugging out. We are trying to cook, but it is unfortunately crashing on us every so often still. Even though we did all this bug hunting earlier with no crashes, the minute we wanted to cook, the minute we wanted to cook, it started crashing. I know. It's so annoying. Has the game been crashing for you too? Is everybody crashing? Yeah, right. In the middle of the night is wild. That's on like a next level disrespect. Yeah, so I gave up. Oh man. Was it crashing on your plot or just out in the world? Because I said we did a whole bug hunt. We did a whole day of Dustwing. We even did some Princess Ladybug. No issues. We come home to cook. We come home to cook and bam, disconnect. Did you start the recipe? Wait, what did you start? What is it? What in the motion is happening? Oh my god. Oh, bye. Sorry about your motion. Thank you for the lurk. We're struggling. We're struggling. We have various different treats and things in the stream. Exclamation point bakery will open up a oven. We have a candy machine in in the channel points. Various cookies falling from the sky. Yeah. we have various sweet-esque items for stream. Oh, the fishing game. I probably should move the fishing game up to the top, so it's not blocking the bakery. Yeah, I was just waiting for you to finish. I'm gonna move the fishing game up here so it doesn't block the bakery. Can I load back in? Yeah, y'all take a minute. Take a minute, y'all. Legitimately, let's take a words on stream break. How about that? Cause I think we need a minute. We need a minute from all of these crashes for a second. Let me get a words on stream so that we can actually, yeah, let me leave the plot. I'm waiting for this to refresh. But we'll start a game, y'all. We'll start a quick words on stream. I'll also run an ad too. I'm waiting for it to register that it's there. Okay. I'm also running an ad while we're taking a quick little break, y'all. I'll see y'all in 3. Take a stretch break, grab some water, decompress for a second, y'all. Okay, I am here. How is the crashing doing? Is anyone still crashing? So a lot. Okay, I'm gonna bring us back live. I don't want to make any sudden movements, honestly. That is fair. Okay. I left to go put something in the bulletin board and I came back. You got your Taco Bell. What did you get? I don't know how we wanna the rolled quesadilla. The rolled quesadilla is really good. The cantina chicken one, right? Not Taco Bell, but Taco Bell. But not Taco Bell. Taco Bell does not even be the trigger. What would the trigger even be? You mean the trigger for the hearts? There isn't a way to delete the quest, but is there a different part of the quest that needs to get done? Hi, Furrow. I don't think we really need Taco Bell as a trigger. But it's the same everything, but shows up now on the right side of my screen. I'm wondering what that might be. Thank you for the partner hype. Thank you, thank you. I couldn't tell you what that would be. Do we want to try cooking one more time, or do we want to go back to bug catching? It's called It Must Flow, where it's pick up about 5 to 6 spices. And does it say it's completed, or does it say you still need to pick up 5 to 6 spices? Also, did I see a wild Scoop come into the chat? Hi, Scoop. How are you? Oh yeah, if you didn't claim your daily treat, you can claim your daily treat. You have. No worries, Nat. No worries. Are you still playing Division? Yeah. What recipe were we working on? Aw. Are you talking to Scoop? Are you talking to Scoop when you're saying that? How many more do we still need? Because I had enough to turn mine in, but it's just I had some in my bags already. You have 6? Okay. You need one more? Okay. So, we need to do it 3 more times? Okay. Take 5. I don't even know what take we're on, but let's try again. Scoop. Scoop. I literally cannot with you. It might just be bugged out. The quest might just be bugged out. Let me know if you need me to chop something, y'all. You crashed? Oh no. What were you chopping? Was that a mushroom? Oh, we gotta mix the... You are not gonna die of old age. You're on your way home. You've almost made it. Okay. That's 1. But Darth is gone, right? Darth, you're gone? Darkness? Darkness, is that you? Darkness, is that you? Darkness, what you doing here? Where are you laughing at? Where are you? I hear you laughing. I hear you laughing, but I don't see you. Are you behind this giant ass frogbert? Stop it! Darkness, I see you running from me. Chill. Darkness, come back here. Darkness, damn it. Damn it, Darkness. Where the did you go? You're like, this laugh is literally gonna be in my nightmares at this point. Hi, Darkness. Hi, Darkness. I might have to make Darkness a hiding hole. Not a hiding hole. Not full moon energy. What? Oh, this entire game's got full moon energy. I don't know what's happening. Not at the moment. I can't. Darth, we are just waiting on you, right? I don't know what's happening anymore. I'm just here. I'm just here existing in time and space. I don't know what's happening. I'm on the moon right now. I don't see nobody. Oh god. Scoop. Scoop. Chill. Oh my gosh, dude. I'm on the moon. You on the moon, y'all. You on the moon. I see you. You don't see me. Like I'm standing right there. You don't see me. Like I see you. Who else needed the cabbage? I started it again. Y'all, what? Wait, what? The what? Surprised I didn't throw a WoW reference in there. Y'all are so ridiculous. Stop. Now you need a tan. If you aren't aware, Darkness is saying that your character is pasty. Need some sun. About that. About that. Oh? Are we gonna say what? Touch grass? How long were you holding on to that one? How long were you holding on to that one? Not touch grass. Is that a polite way of saying touch grass? Oh, I froze. I froze trying to grab it. I'm not even sure if I got it. Well, not a few weeks. You've been waiting to say that for a few weeks to go touch grass. A few weeks. No, it sucks. There's nothing to drink on the moon. I mean, technically, I was trying to make a bakery on the moon and WoW, but like, I never got to finish it, so there's no food on the moon either. Sorry. No, you're not. No, you're not. No, you're not. Oh my gosh, what are we on today? Are we still blaming the moon on this one, or I'm not sure. Is this still the moon's fault, or are we just like on some next level top tier? Ain't nobody know what is happening. They don't care. They know me. Oh, you got kicked because I was loading back in. Darth basically already said that that's what happens. That the game does not recognize that I'm disconnected until I come back, and then therefore y'all get disconnected too. The moon is in what? Well, that was weird. I thought I got kicked out of the game. I'm not gonna lie. Did I at least get the food? Oh yeah, I did. I'm gonna eat that. Oh, I'm sorry about that. I don't know how we're gonna remedy any of this situation, y'all. I think we're just gonna keep getting kicked, unfortunately. Are they saying anything in the Discord? So it's still a temporary fix. Okay. So we're still in. We can still crash and still not have any sort of stability. Who still needs their cabbage? Are we still cooking cabbage? Are we done with cabbage? Okay. Should we try the next recipe? Whatever the next recipe may be, because I don't remember off the top of my head, because we've been cooking for so long. I don't know which way it's up. Choppa choppa and choppa choppa. Some choppa tacos and some choppa rolls. Which, are they in here? No, they're not. Mixing station for butter, prep station for chopping choppa and spice sprout, and a stove for rice and searing the meat. So for rice and meat, chopping meat and spice sprout on a prep station, and mixing for butter. Ready? If we can make it through 5 of these. Oh no. Where were you stuck at? Darth, our next project is to tackle the cooking area so we can set it up where every station has the 3 items. The prep station, the mixing station, and then maybe a stove. No, you crashed? Were you at least able to start something? You might still get it. Wait, hold on. What do we still need? No, we need spice sprout. Oh, that awkward moment of we can't continue. Oh wait, just can you sear the... Oh, we can't do anything without the butter. Oh. Oh. That's crazy. That was actually crazy. Oh shoot. There's little seconds left. That was very, very close, yeah. Chopping spice sprout. You got it on your plot? Okay, so you did get credit. Oh my gosh, that is wild. There is Huh? I don't think so. I don't think so. Al, if you want to mix the butter. Wait, I totally pushed the wrong button. Wait, did it say Al was here? Oh, okay, wait, yeah, okay. I don't remember it being censored. Okay. That's 2. Okay, y'all. Pray. Pray that this still maintains. I'm just trying not to make any sudden movements. I need to take a quick minute after we finish cooking though. All right. I'm just trying not to move too much. Wait, what the heck am I pushing? Oh gosh. So one more. That'll give us the 15 that we need. It's 15, yeah? 20 and then 15 for the rest. And then we need 15 chapa tacos. And then we should be good. And then we're gonna go back to bug hunting if we can. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. No! We'll make another when you come back, because the recipe's it's kind of short. I thought this recipe was longer. It is not. Okay, that's 15. We'll make one more when Al comes back, and then we'll tackle the tacos, y'all. And then I have to take a quick little break for a sec. I have to make a phone call that I'm being requested for, and then we could try doing some more bug hunting, and hopefully that'll be. I don't know if I don't Al was doing butter, so I don't know if Al got a chance to actually like participate on that one. Okay. Well, we're back. We will let me chop some spice sprout, and then you can do the butter, and then we'll be good. There we go. And you've got butter. Perfect. Alright, that should be 15. That should be 15. Okay. Now let's do the choppa tacos really quick. And we can call it good. Oh, choppa tacos requires butter too. Oops. I'm stuck. I'll start the recipe down there so that I can do both. You crashed, but you were able to do one thing, right? You'll still get the recipe when you come back. Oh, wait. You're in the middle of... Good night, Britt. Good night, good night. Oh, I crashed. If anyone wants to save the recipe, go ahead. Good night, Britt. Rest well. Oh, this is a... These last couple of days have been exhausting with all the crashes. Man. Also, it's really frustrating that I have to do this every single time I log into the game too. Saved. Can I log in? Okay, perfect. Alright, I'm here. I have tacos in my inventory. Alright. 4 more times, y'all. 4 more times. We got this. Hopefully it does not crash us in the 4 attempts. We have a Darth, we have an Owl, we're just waiting on Lunaria. Alright, y'all, this is the last recipe, and then we will go back out in the world. Like, you don't see me at all? Oh gosh. I'm probably underground. I'm probably underground somewhere. Alright, here we go, y'all. Let's see if we can get this recipe done. Ah. Alright. Alright, y'all. We got this. Fingers crossed. No. No. You didn't get a chance to do anything, right? Because you were doing butter. Shoot. Or did you actually get to finish the butter? Oh, you did? Okay, perfect. Okay, okay. At least you'll get the recipe. At least you'll get the recipe. Oh my goodness. Alright, that's 2. That's 2, y'all. We need we need 3 more. Okay. We shall wait. Actually, as soon as I see you load in, I'll start the recipe so we can start it and finish it as quickly as we can. Y'all, I am so sorry that we're dealing with all of these crashes. It's not in your inventory? No. Okay, we'll make 4 more if we can. Were you able to finish the corn? Oh, maybe. Okay. I'm so sorry, y'all. Al, do you want to finish the recipe? There we go. Oh my gosh, I always miss the last one. I know. It's just it's a really frustrating experience for us all. Were you able to make something? Okay. I will wait till you come back to pick up the item. Unless technically you're there still. You haven't disappeared. Maybe if I pick it up quickly. Yeah, I was like, maybe if I pick it up while your character's still there, you'll still get it. I want to wait till you come back though to start it. Is everybody else crashing too? It's a universal thing, right? We're all crashing together. Okay. There's been a bunch of crashes. They're working on rolling out a hotfix, but the fix shouldn't interrupt gameplay other than sending you to a new server at some point. Are they working on a new fix versus the last hotfix that they already did? I mean, I know the devs are working real hard to crank out a hotfix as quickly as they can. So it's just us having to be patient. Thank you for the partner hype. Thank you, thank you. Well, if you can finish a recipe without my presence, I think I chopped something. Well, I started the recipe, so I should be fine. But I won't load in until you guys finish. Yeah, so that one was that hotfix was from earlier. So they already rolled that one out. We're still waiting for them to roll out another one. Oh, yeah, they do that when they do the like the smelling when it's a non-starred. And when it's starred, that's when they do the cheering. That's the animation for it. Did we just need one more Chapa Taco? Or two more Chapa Tacos? So yeah, I think we're still having to wait, y'all. We're just gonna be casually waiting for an update. Also, Al, I'm gonna do that tomorrow. I just want to wait till it's a little more stable because it's just gonna be too chaotic to try to send it out. But I did get it. I'm just gonna wait because it's too much today. All right, shall we try again? How many more do we still need? Okay, I'm not gonna stand by the starter just in case something happens. So I'm not like in the way. I'm gonna wait. You crashed? Did you make something though? Did you chop something? Okay, we need the oven. I mean the stove. Yo, that's slow. I almost missed it because it's so slow. You're good to finish. And pick up. Do we need any more? Is that all that we need? Does everyone at least have 15? Has our suffering ended? That's all you needed, Al? Lunaria, do you have all 15? Huh? River, are you close to home? Are you close to home? You're home now? Okay, thank God. Can we just get like hype for the fact that you're home? All right, y'all. Let's move servers. Let's move servers. I'm moving servers because this server is not having it. How long has this server been up? 1:30. Okay. Actually, I'm gonna go turn in the food. Oh my gosh, River. Go shower. Go decompress. I'm sorry you had a stressful, insane day. I don't even think you got to even tell us how the movie was. You went and saw the new Spider-Man. I know that much. I think it's always been there. I think it's always been there. I think that time, how long it's been up, I think that's like 2 minutes, right? It's 2:09, or maybe it's 2 hours. I don't know if it's 2 hours or 2 minutes. I'm not gonna lie to you. That's always been there. Oh my gosh! I just need the night butterfly. Oh wait, do I have room in my inventory? Oh yeah, I do. Darkness, are you still on? Okay, let's do one more thing of cabbage. Let's go do one more thing of cabbage. Okay, no worries, you're good. Okay, we can go to Highlands and see if we can find some wisteria, and then we can do butterfly. Butterfly is 6-3. Yeah, we're gonna do Highlands to get wisteria and gold if we can find it out there while we're there. But let's do one more let's do one more cabbage, Lunaria. And then we'll go Highlands for Wisteria. And do you need any of the other herbs and flowers out there? The movie was really, really good. I enjoyed it. I was told there was 3 end credits, but there was only one, which was 30-second animation and provided no information about the upcoming Avengers movie, but it was supposed to literally nothing. There was not 3 others? I mean, 2 others? There really was only one? Not even a credit after a credit? Oh my gosh. What a slow chop. Well, y'all are on your own because I definitely crashed as I was chopping. Welp. Welp. Let me know when you guys finish the recipe, and I will come back in. In Southwest, where the Jack Cats are. Done? Perfect. Loading in. Okay. Having the green ring on helps with double resource gathering, and then party bonus also helps. Y'all, I have to be right back here and for a quick sec. I'm gonna meet y'all in the Highlands, okay? So I will be right back. Okay, I'm back. Where am I? Oh my gosh, am I? I just want to water these apples really quick. Okay, I can actually finally put this back as apples. Alright, put that away. Grab some focus food. Alright, I am heading to the Highlands. Let me see. Around and on the top. Oh, are we still talking about Southwest? Where do you put the sable sign? Oh, right here. To the Highlands. I'm gonna check to see if they're there. Because normally I do see them here. But I don't see any at the moment. Do we need to rework the parties, y'all? But also, I think everyone needs that particular. Oops. That's definitely not me hitting the node. Hi, Sibo. Thank you for the lurk. Yeah, I don't see any here. I'm gonna check back. I'm gonna go check by Disco Alley, because usually there's some there too. Gonna be lurking and eating? Oh, what you eating? Let's see. Soup? Are you feeling better? You're not still sick, are you? Or was that a baby gold? Dar's just like showing up out of nowhere. Actually, we do need to redo the groups because Darth, leave the group. I'm gonna invite you over and because I don't think Darkness is in our group. Ooh, another gold? Hell yeah. Oh, you're just craving it. Got you, got you, got you. Y'all, I'm gonna run an ad. Like, pre-rolls and things. I should have did it when I walked away, but I didn't realize that it was coming up. I try to pay attention, but like, we can't see it all, y'all. We're only one human. I haven't crashed yet, so possibly. We also aren't in Kilima, and that's where I feel like I was crashing the most. Oh, yeah. Al, are you out here yet? I know we had like different parties from bug hunting, and we're probably gonna need 2 parties for bug hunting again. So we'll sort that out when we get back to that. Let's see. Let me check if there's any out here. I don't see any yet. Did you get the Sarnak? Oh, you did. Royal Wisteria. Seeing if any of it has spawned out here, but I haven't seen any yet. That also, I mean, everybody needs to get it, so it's not just, you know what I mean? Usually I see a lot of it, but now that we all need it, it's like probably hard to find. Yeah, I was always grabbing it when I saw it, so. Did I not grab whatever this was back here? Oh, they're bags. There's none in Hunting Grounds or Southwest. Interesting. Yeah, it probably is despawned at the moment. Or maybe there's just none on the server at the time. At this time. Welcome back from the ads, y'all. Do we just want to... How many do we need for the board itself? Oh my gosh, what are my dailies? I didn't even look. A mossy moth. Is a mossy moth out here? Is that the one out here? Is that the one over by a mossy moth? No, that's definitely out here. This is any time of day, pretty much anywhere. Oh, hey, look, a mossy moth. Oh, hey, look, too. Well, that one's done. What was the other one? Oh, sashimi. More cooking. More cooking, y'all. More cooking. Ooh. Ooh, I get wings. These eyes are trippy. Wait, stop it. It's a... Okay. It's a basket. H6. Wait, are you... Wait, which one? Where you are? That area? Wait. You're up top. Can I get up here? Oh, y'all, I need the campsites. I could have, but I'm running low. I'm kind of running low on... Oh, shoot. I'm running low on teleport potions and I'm running low on essence, so I have to use them sparingly. I just went to the wrong dot. I just went to the wrong dot. I went to darkness, not you. Oh my god. Al, are you... Yeah, I think a dowsing rod should work here, yeah. Actually, yeah, it should. Al, are you still AFK? Okay. Oh! Oh my gosh, my first jackpot bag! Y'all, it's gonna give me cheese. Watch. It's gonna give me cheese. Y'all think it's gonna be something good? Or do you think it's gonna be cheese? I feel like it's gonna be cheese. Everybody else I know who's gotten that bag has gotten cheese. I don't know if Al is here. Wait, that's not the same thing? Wait, there's multiple bags? There's multiple bags? Okay, I'm gonna grab this before it disappears. Alright, let's try our luck. Hopefully it's something good. 2,000 amber. I don't know how great that is when you have 45,000 already. That would have came in handy earlier when I was farming it. What did you buy? What did you buy? Where did your amber go? Oh, I haven't looked to see what's in the store. Oh my gosh, there is something new there, huh? Damn. That's the best thing in the bag is the 2,000 amber? Wait, really? Alright, I'm not sure if Al is there. I think they might be AFK. Where are we? Where's the campsites? I need the campsites. Wait, where's he? Aw, I only see one. Where's the other campsite? I'm gonna head to the campsite. Am I missing a campsite? That's the one I'm going to, but G3? Huh, I wonder why I don't see a campsite up there. I don't see one up there. Dude, my heart still drops when I fall off of high places. That's like WoW trauma. That's absolutely WoW trauma. Ooh, ooh. I still need the grits recipe. So whereabouts? You said G9? I mean G3? So it's just up here somewhere? I'm gonna go to the stable sign. Wait, is there a stable sign right here? The stable sign behind me? Oh yeah, it's behind me. Well, no, it's my hardcore journey trauma. I fell with one of my characters and it never left me. It never left me, and now when I fall from things, my stomach still does flips. So there's a campsite up here at G3? Wait. Is this the campsite and it's just not showing up for me? Get the heck out of here. I don't see this campsite at all. And I got soup. You found every campsite? So I never found this campsite before? That's wild. But okay. I've been here before. That achievement must have been bugged for me. Okay. Where are y'all at? You back in Lonely Land? Okay, let me go back to Central. We came out here for Wisteria, but do we want to go do Nightwing at 6? I have lures already on me. Because you said it at 6, right? It's an evening bug. The baby stole your ice cream. Wait, how did that happen? Wait, how did that happen? Not the ice cream. Okay, perfect. Let's head out there when it comes nighttime. I have the lures on me, so we can just go and try to get some night shadow. I'm just playing catch up with the bags that I missed. I feel like I'm out of a fairy tale. It's the outfit, y'all. Ow, you're here. Okay. Did we see any wisteria? Did we check Southwest again? Did any of us recheck it? Let's see if there's any in here. Don't see any there. Okay. I'm gonna just do a loop right here and see if I see any. If not, we can probably check there. Also by that campsite that's usually down there as well. I usually can find some. A lot of ferns, but no. I can make another party. Ow. I really wish they would increase the party size. Like 6 people would just be perfect. It's only a couple more names, you know? I'll head to Southwest. So go back to Central and then go to Southwest, and I'll meet you there. And then I'm gonna make Darth party lead, and then I'm gonna invite you to a party. You're at the store right now. Southwest is when you go to the stable sign is I forget what they actually call it. It's House of Nightshade, but on the stable sign it's Southwest. It's a mistake. It's House of Nightshade on the map, but it's Southwest on the stable sign. I don't know when they're ever going to actually... No, you're good, Al. All good. No worries. We're just seeing if we can scout out some wisteria for you. I don't see any here. A whole lot of fern. There's so much fern out here. What about... Isn't there like a campsite? Let me see if this is down here. Not sure where the heck I am right now. Oh, I found some gold though. I'm at E6, D6. I'll flare it. I legitimately don't remember where the hell I'm supposed to be going. Maybe I'm thinking the other side. Also, there's a lot of bright shroom right here. Yeah, that too. I like immediately saw the gold, but I didn't even notice that there's a bunch of JDM ore here. Wait, I'm not hitting. Ooh, a sunstone. Y'all, we're on the hunt looking for wisteria while we wait for the time for the night shadow butterfly to come up. And then I'd like to try for Princess Ladybug again, if we can. I'm gonna go back this way and see if there's any here. Thank you for the partner hype. Thanks so much, y'all, for lurking and hanging while we slowly but surely make our way through. Okay, I see nothing but iron over here. Check this way. Oh, I sent you an invite. It must have expired. Let me send it again. I think right now we're all scattered. We all kind of scattered looking for wisteria. So we're not, like, half of us are in a group. I'm not in a group. I just sent you an invite. I think we're just kind of lurking about. Hi, Starry. How are you? Thank you, I appreciate that. Okay, I don't see any wisteria over here either. Nothing spawned over here. Did the invite go through, Al? I think I sent it again. Let me see. I can't tell if I'm in a party or not. Because for a while it kept showing me that I was still... I'm gonna try Central. I'm gonna try Disco Alley again. Oh, there's Al. Hey, I'm here. Let me try inviting you again. H7. H7. Okay. That's kind of right where we are. I'm gonna put a marker. Wait, this is H7. Oh, on Standing Cliff. Failure to accept? Question mark. Try going to the store and coming back out, but go to Standing Cliff. H7. So you're up on the hill over here. I don't know why I decided to go across that water. I thought I would make it. I did not make it. Wait, are you up on this? This is H8. I next to water. I'm gonna go up the hill this way. Okay, let me come up the hill. Wait, is it this one? You're across the way, right? H7. I'm here. For whatever reason, we can't get into a party. Al and I. We're trying. I sent another invite. Al. Every time I send you an invite, it keeps telling me I left a party. And it's crazy because I'm not in one. But I'm right here on the map in Standing Cliff, H8, H7. And it is flared. I just really wanted to use the Frogbert flare. There you are. Found you. Darth, if you can try inviting Al to a party. It wasn't working for me. Just keep saying failure on my part. Maybe it'll work for y'all. Okay. Darkness, you have one at E3. I'm gonna teleport to you, Darkness. If you guys want to teleport to me, I'm at the one Darkness is at. You're just like all the way across the map, so I was like, let me just use my teleport. I'm gonna use my teleport. Okay, how are we doing? How many did you need? Al. Small gold? You see a small gold? As you're hopping to it. Small gold. Heck yeah. And a disco. 2 discos. Okay. We're going for the disco Cernuk, right? I think it was already... I think it was only 1 shot. Um, 2 more, I think? Okay. Let's see if we can find you 2 more. I'm gonna go on an adventure. I'm gonna see if I can find any over here. Wait, you didn't get one here? Wait, there wasn't one where... There was one... I don't, legitimately have no idea. Oh, it was right here. Is it not here for you? Oh? You got it? Okay, cool, perfect. Yeah, Al, do you want to request one? I have extra. Okay. Shall we meet in the Elderwoods, y'all? Because it's about to be time for the night shadow. There you go. Either somebody filled it. I filled it. Somebody filled. I don't know who filled it. Somebody filled it. I can't see if I fill requests anymore because I don't get renown. So does it, you know, it like it pops up the one renown. All right, I'm gonna go home, offload, and we'll meet in the Elderwoods, y'all, for Night Shadow. Of course. We are happy to help. Any way that we can. Alright, perfect. Alright, I'm gonna meet in the Elderwoods. Darkness, let me know where I'm headed. Thank you, Fire. I will fix it. Oops. Wait, is it better now? Or letting everything calm down for a second? My bad, y'all. I couldn't hear it. And I'm also kind of juggling a few things. Is it better? Okay. Yeah, sometimes it's like an audio transmission issue from Spotify to stream. Did you say Deep Woods? Scoop. Hi. You doing? I am. You are what? You're at the spot G7? Okay. Oh, I said hi as in hello, but you meant hi as in hi, and so yeah, you are. Got it. Got it. Got it. Got it. Got it. Oh wait, hold on. I have to go back to Central. Shit. I'm not in a group and I don't have the damn it, I gotta go back. I don't have the bag of illusion on. Can I go up here? Yeah, but I'm not in the party. I'm not in a party. Y'all get back. Someone get bag of illusion for y'all party, but let me just go grab it for myself real quick. I didn't even think about chopping it. I was thinking I can't grab the night shadow butterflies that are infected. Dude, I still need the nameplates from here. That's crazy. Look at Tao. Alright, I think you're like right here somewhere. I like climbed up from somewhere. Nope, that's not it. They'll spawn on those two ledges too. Okay, that's fine. If anyone else wants to spawn on me, go ahead. But I'm gonna. Okay, yeah. Never mind. Darkness, got it. But we gotta make sure that they're starred. Oh my gosh, what am I doing? There we go. I assume we just gonna probably grab them as we see them, right? Wait, that is definitely not starred, but it is infected. Oh, there's one up here that's starred, y'all. Okay, that's one. How many did we need in total? 10 in total. Okay. I can't tell if any of those are starred. I'm gonna just stand up here so I can actually see, because I can't see. Yeah, I'm gonna... This is definitely easier. Which one that's starred here? I think both groups got it. Okay, I'm gonna go back up top. Wait, is that starred? Oh wait, I don't know, I can't tell. It's not sparkly, but I can't also tell. Oh, that one is though. What a wisp? Here I can try adding you to the group. Mine was a little broken, but it might work now. Did the party invite work? I feel like my parties are broken at the moment. Lunaria, we're doing the Night Shadow Butterfly. If you wanna teleport to me. These are kind of bugged out right here. I'm in party? Are you telling me that I'm in a party? Because I'm definitely not. I'm not in a party. I left to try to get out and it was broken for me. I think my parties are broken. I can't invite anybody. Yeah, I think my parties are broken. I can't invite anybody. So I don't know if the game is still recognizing that I'm in a party, but I'm not in a party. I don't see another starred one. I have no idea if I'm hitting the thing. Okay, there we go. I think I hit it. What the heck am I hitting? Alrighty. Let's see, how many starred do we have so far? 4 starred. I need 6 more. Yeah, it's not going to work. I think I think I need to fully restart the game. I think I'm just broken. I'll restart after we finish this round. Oh wait, that one starred. Oh my gosh, I can't. Oh my gosh, I'm already messing up. Anything's up here. Actually, it's so much easier to do the top down. Wait, is that another one? Oh no! Y'all, there's one up here! Oh gosh. That's so gonna go away. Okay, you got a hit on it. Cool. It's so hard to say follow me and they dart away so quickly. Can they follow me like not on the right? Okay, no, now it is. No, that was false. That was false. That was false. Don't follow me. I'm just trying to move it. Not real. There's nothing there. Alright, I'm sitting somewhere at 6. I need 4 more. Wait, follow you where? I don't think it's anything up here. Alright, I think I just need 4 more. How's everybody else doing? Oh, there's no way. There's no way I wouldn't have. Oh, there's another one. I keep hitting the wrong button. Okay, it's down, it's down, it's down. Another frog? Oh my gosh. The way I literally have the wrong tool out. Wait, this is infected? I don't think I've ever seen an infected wisp before. 73 essence? That's a good amount. Alright, I just need 3 and I'll be done with mine. Got a double as 150 essence? Hell yeah. Love a party bonus. I don't see anymore. Dude, I've been trying to hit the one with the with the infect for a minute. It would not go down. It's 10. It's 10 total. 10 total. It went down. Oh, here's another one. Wait, did it just go down in one hit? Wait, where'd it go? Wait, did it disappear? Yo, there was one right here. I don't know where it went. But okay. Oh my gosh. I'm trying, y'all. I keep messing up my tools. I'm like struggling, and this is the worst time to be struggling when you're by yourself. I don't know what I'm hitting. There's 1,000 things right here. I think one of those is starred. I think. Alright, I'm done with mine. I have 10. How's everybody else doing? You got yours then? Okay, Al's done. Lunaria? Darth? Before we put down one more lure. Do y'all got your 10? You have 7? Okay, one more lure. One more lure, y'all. Let's see. Thank you for the partner hype. Oh. Al, Snowy, did I send you something? We have a spot open in party. I know, but you can wait. Did Darkness leave the party? I think Darkness already tried inviting me and it didn't work. I think that's what the problem is. Like, I think I'm broken. I think I need to restart my game. Yeah. Darkness already tried to invite me and it didn't work. So, after we're done here, I will restart. Al, you're good. You can take off and go turn in. And then we'll meet back in Kilima, y'all. We'll do some more Princess Ladybug if we can. What's happening? You just need you just need 3 more. These are infected. Just let us know when you have all 3 of yours, and then we'll tap out. Do you still need one more lure? That'd be a yes. I assume that the 3 haven't popped up. Well, this is your last chance though, because they go away at 3 a.m. You'll have to try again. If they don't pop up here. I'm purposely not hitting them just to not have an extra hit on them. Alright, y'all. That's the last chance for the Night Shadow. They won't spawn anymore. Until the next day, if you need more. You got yours? Okay. Darkness already turned his in. Dart's done. Owl's done. PJ, are you done? Are you still gonna need one more night? I am gonna return home, but head to Kilima to turn in. I need to put a box here, so I'm gonna have to sort out something for the bin to put a box behind it or something. Like build a bin box. What would y'all prefer? Dustwing and Shimmerfly or Princess Ladybug? Ladybug? Okay. Then let's meet by the lake, y'all. By the lake in Kilima. Well, we're gonna do RTB tomorrow, so you could also get that tomorrow from the butterflies. I mean, we could do it today, but I think there's still a few people that aren't on that probably need RTB. Hello? There we go. I was like, hello? I did it. Recipe for Shimmerfly Garden. Wait, what does that look like? Oh, I gotta go talk to Ani. I have a bunch of RTBs as well, but I know people like to hunt RTB to get the plushies too. So kind of a double. Just like the whole doing the Shimmerfly at Dustwing, because then you have a chance to get Dustwing. Is he in the house? Or is he in his... No, he's not in the house. Oh yeah, he is. He's got a bedroom upstairs. Oh, he's outside now. Just as I come in here, he's outside now. Kid, I just came over here. He was just asleep, like literally a second ago.
You have any cool stories to share?
Official temporary interim bug scout leader. You'll never guess what I got in the mail today. The package was so good that Maud thought she accidentally ordered Nio and I a Riff Rock size sweaters again. Riff Rock size sweaters again? What? We won, kinda. There was a small issue with us being an official recognized branch or whatever, so we technically weren't actually entered into the competition. I'm sorry, what? Just the whole time we did this whole thing for him and we weren't even in the... So we got a consolation prize? Is that what you're saying? We ended up trying the Meadow Scouts with just 2 of us anyways, so headquarters decided that we still get a prize. Go team! We couldn't have done it without your incredible leadership, official temporary interim bug scout leader. He needs to change that name. That is wild. Anyways, headquarters sent me a lot of cool stuff as a scout leader. I wanted to make sure that you got some of it. I left your stuff by the bulletin board. Thanks for helping me out, scout leader. Okay. Oh, that's right. I need to
bug hunting sometime.
Restart my game as well. Actually, let me do that now. Let's do that now. So I'm gonna just take a quick... I'm gonna take a quick intermission stretch break, y'all, while I reset everything. I'll do a quick little words on stream and I'll be right back. Okay, I am here. Where did we want to meet? Y'all. Y'all. Did we want to meet here? Like along this area? Are y'all on one server already? Because I will just come to y'all. Alright, let me just come to y'all then. Are you guys not all on the same server? Because there's people here on the server that I'm on, so I need to go to a different one. Wait, you're on the server. You're on my server, Darth. We can go down here. Where we were last time. Y'all, we are F9 on the map. So where is a better place, Darkness? Should we just go back over here by the dock? Over here. I'm just scoping the area to see where we can go, because there's gonna be people everywhere at this point. What about here? Can we go here? At D8. Can someone try inviting me to see if it works again? Okay, that worked. It was just the game bugging out, not letting me accept any invites. Okay, we can try here. I'm just gonna wait to see. For everybody to get here. Hi Seacrest, how's it going? It's going good. There's a few crashes, but overall not so bad. How are you? It was like 1% away from completing it. Okay, no worries. You're good. Everybody wants to brag in the server. Hopefully. I think they're working on another hotfix for it. We got a temporary one this morning, but oh no, we've definitely been crashing today. We've definitely been crashing today. It hasn't stopped. I'm just gonna wait till everybody gets here and then we'll start. All right. Okay. Darkness is here, the area is here, Darth is somewhere. Yeah, the three the three lures that we definitely need more of because we lost way more than 3. You're good, Darth. You're good. It's all good. It's all good. Wait, that's a really pretty name badge. Oh my gosh, these are funny. Oh, you get the? Do we get the recipe too? Oh, I can't wait to get this. This trellis is so pretty. Wait, is this an axe? Nah, it's bread. Dang it, we're gonna have to buy this whole thing too. All for some bread. Not all for some bread is crazy. Also, what happened to the potions? I claimed the potions, but I didn't get them. I don't remember seeing them in my bags. Unless I went home. Maybe they went home? They're not in the currency, so maybe they went home. I don't know. Radio? We'll try our luck. No, I just was testing my... Yeah. Let me, sorry, Darth. I'm gonna grab darkness. If it even lets me. Did it work? Oh yeah, okay. If there anybody else would like to join, we're doing Princess Ladybug. I have so many bags on the ground I can't see. There's a plushie over here? Oh hell yeah. Add it to the count, y'all. I wonder how long they're gonna stay around. Night Pond. Good night, good night. Catch you tomorrow. Oh, there's one way the heck over there that I think they have a lure or something. I don't know who, like, there's a whole other group next to us. That's the only Princess Ladybug I've seen is on that direction. Nothing yet. Dude, I don't see any ladybugs besides that one I just saw that was down the coast. Oh yeah, I'm for sure by the end of this. Oh, shoot. Y'all, there's one here. Okay, it went down. It went down. Okay, well, we've seen one. One's better than nothing. I just think they take a while to spawn. Alright, it went down. Huh? Sorry, I missed chat. Wait, did they already walk away? Did the person I just say that to already walk away? Because I missed that whole entire message. Is that them with the thousands of lures over there? I'm sorry, I'm trying to keep up with my own chat. Sometimes I miss server chat, and there's another one way the hell over here. Oh, it already went away. It already disappeared, never mind. Okay, well, sorry. But I guess we're just gonna... We can't combine at this point. I didn't see that they even type that. I'm sorry. I completely missed it. I'm kind of juggling right now, so if somebody else says anything, just tell them they're free to join. Also, this is not just our space. This is everybody's space. I can't just tell people they have to leave. Like, so I wasn't ignoring them. I just didn't see it. But look at the coastline. It's nothing but lures. There's 2 more on the other side of them. There's just 1,000 people out here trying to catch plushies. There's really nothing we can do about that. I haven't even looked for the RTBs yet. Is it chaos there for RTB? It went down. Oh, y'all, we got one! We got one! Heck yeah! There are people everywhere. Oh my gosh. We got one. Heck yeah. Are y'all just... Did you get double? Good night, Fire. Thanks for hanging. I'm probably only gonna be on for another hour. I'm not doing a long stream like I did yesterday. That was pure chaos. Good night, good night. Rest well. Dude, there's one person that's going back and forth. If you get double, just type it twice. Yeah, if you get double, just type it twice. Because this one doesn't have numbers. This one's just a command. I don't see another one. But also the thing about combining is they're kind of a big group too. So it's literally just gonna, you know what I mean? We'd have to drop cheaters anyway. At that point. Is there anybody else that needs an invite to the party? Yeah, I mean, I don't like I don't care if anybody wants to join or not. But it's also a giant group, so it'd be a lot on everybody trying to figure out who is saying follow me and whatnot. I'm trying to keep up with the bag so that I don't miss the ladybug. Oh, shoot. Yeah, there's one up here. Oh, shoot. There's 2. Wait, are y'all saying follow me over here? Or no? Oh, no, that went down like 2 hits. Wait, is there another one? Oh, no. There is another one. There's another one. Oh my gosh, it went down in 2 hits too! Y'all, these things are going down so fast now. What is happening? Well, I don't do follow me for the shimmer. I only do follow me for the ladybug. The shimmers are kind of just a free-for-all. At least that's what I've been doing, since we're just focusing on ladybug. Heck yeah. Oh, they have a ladybug over there. I don't see one. If anybody wants to join for Ladybug, you're more than welcome to come on out here if you'd like. Okay, let me keep up with these these bags. Alright, I'm probably gonna be on for like another hour and then I'm gonna tap out. The almost 12-hour stream yesterday was a lot. I'm gonna do like 6 hours. We can do a longer stream on the weekend. It's easier because more people can stay on for longer. Oh, I should go to the bloom. That's another way you could have gotten the flowers, is by going to the bloom. There's always gardenias there. Gardenias? There you go. Gosh, there's so many. I do need more starred shimmerflies though. Any more ladybugs? Like everybody in the mamas in Kilima right now. We need the shimmerflies and ladybugs desperately. Oh, I'm so sorry. I wasn't there to hit that one. Sorry, Darkness. I was tabbed out. Do we know how long the Shimmerfly event is going to be happening? Like, is it all of this patch? Oh my gosh, there's a ladybug over there. No way. That's so far. I don't even think I hit that. Where are the ladybugs? I'll have to, after stream, go farm some more gold to make some more lures. I feel like we're gonna need quite a few when it comes to Insect Palooza. That's gonna be, honestly, fairly chaotic. It was chaotic last year. Any more ladybugs, y'all? Well, we're at a stalemate. Dude, I don't see any more ladybugs. Not even over there either. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, there's one here. There we go. I try not to hit it too many times so more people have a chance to kind of mosey over. My gosh, they have 2 or 3 over there. How many lures are over there? Oh my goodness. They're getting all the ladybugs over there, y'all. Y'all, we also need to figure out when we want to do our Moz party. But we have to wait. I guess we now have to wait for all the crashes to stop happening. Because I would hate for this to lose Moz. So maybe we should wait. Maybe we should wait now that I think about it. Oh god, there's a... It already went down. I think. Yeah, it already went down. It already went down. There was like a ladybug next to it too, so it was hard to tell if you hit it. Oh, never mind. I was gonna put another lure down. They did. Or somebody did. Actually, I have no idea who put the lure down. Follow you! Oh gosh, wait, I don't have my... There we go. It's still up? It's still up. There we go, it went down. Oh, it was starred, that's why. They're harder to get down. Dude, these moths are so annoying. Because they don't spook just like the butterflies don't spook. Let's see. Let's sort our inventory a little. We have gotten a couple plushies. Oops, that's not what I meant. Still up. Still up. There you go, I went down. I have been playing this game since alpha. No ladybugs yet. 348 bug catching? Holy moly. We're definitely gonna hit 400 by the end of this month. Oh, just kidding. Thank you for the lure. I was trying to put it back and it was it was telling me that I couldn't. Oh. There was a princess ladybug somewhere nearby, but I think it got spooked. There's one far away, but I'm not going all the way over there for it. That was dramatic. And up here. There we go. I did take a break from playing the game. I came back more full-time playing it last year, took another break, and then we came back a couple months ago. Oh my gosh, there's so much going on right now. Alright, I think I'm gonna kill this one light. My eyes are not hurting as much. Blue lights. Thank you for the partner hype. We are definitely trying, y'all. Every little bit helps. Thanks so much for lurking and tapping and hanging. Sparkle. No, wait. There's one out here. I went down. There's another one somewhere. That one's far as heck. I am not going all the way over there. I'm not gonna make it. I don't know why that's so far. I'm heading out for the night. I understand. It is very overwhelming with how many people there are out in the world. Have a good night. Get plenty of rest. We'll try to tackle the madness again tomorrow. I know with all the crashes too, that was really frustrating. Luckily we haven't crashed, so maybe they did put out another hotfix. Oh my gosh, there's bugs everywhere, but I don't see where they are. Oh, here. No! Oh no, this one went away. Y'all, there's one right here. It just went away as I was hitting it. It's there, I promise. There it is. Oh my gosh, it almost went, it almost went fully away. Oh, there's another one. Oh, it's people are putting more lures down. Okay. Well. Well. I can't keep up with running up and down the beach. That's too chaotic. There's like 5 lures going on right now. Holy hell. And you really can't combine more than 2 groups together because the thing about the bugs is sometimes they go down really quickly or people will spam the bug. And sometimes that goes down really quickly. So it's kind of chaos, y'all. It's kind of chaos right now. This was how Dustwing was, except Dustwing only had 1 spot it spawned. I'm so happy that they made Shimmer spawn in multiple places and Ladybug. Because fighting over Maji Hollow was chaos. In its truest form. Hi, Keem. How's it going? Yeah, it was very toxic. People were not kind. Even up for your auntie's birthday? Hell yeah. I hope y'all got some really good food. You missed the crashes from earlier. You didn't miss nothing. We did do bundle cooking, but that was pure chaos. We literally crashed like every recipe. Every meal we tried to cook. Basically. It wasn't even like I'm talking every stack of meal. Like I mean like 1 recipe at a time. We would crash. I'd have to wait till the recipe would be finished and then log in. It was chaos. But we haven't crashed in a couple hours, so I would chalk that up as a win, you know? Yeah, it does look good now, so... Dude, it's still up. There you go. Now we're just hunting for some Princess Ladybugs, if we can find them. Okay, I got like 45 minutes left. Yeah, the ones at the bottom. We got 1 Princess Ladybug. Gotta throw some roses into our, Are we getting roses from the Shimmer? Like, where are we getting roses from? Who drops roses? The Kilima moss? Oh yeah, the moss too. What is happening? There are so many ladybugs happening everywhere. There's 2 lures that way. 1 behind us. Probably more behind us. The buzzy jar is just filling up. Wait, did it go down? Wait, where'd it go? Wait, huh? Did I hit the moth and not the ladybug? Well, that's unfortunate. Y'all, I don't know how the people that are running back and forth between the groups are doing it. Because this is already too much for me. I couldn't keep running back and forth between all those lures. Are your bags full? Do we need a break after this lure, y'all? To sell, repair, grab more bug bombs, all that? Okay. Take a break after this lure. I didn't put this one down, but we'll take a break after this one. Also, I'm seeing that people are using different smoke bombs than just the standard ones, so that's probably causing it to go down fairly quick too. I'm seeing a variety of them, not just the green smoke ones. We just only use standard in bigger groups so that everybody gets a chance to hit it before it gets taken down, is all. There's no real rhyme or reason besides that. Holy, my bags are full. Holy bags. There's so many. Okay, alright. I am going home. I'm going home to sell all this stuff. Or maybe going to town and selling all this stuff. Either way, I'm heading to sell. I'm gonna go sell, y'all. I'm gonna go sell. Okay, those aren't starred. That can be sold. Keep that. That. Any of these starred? Those are roses. Keep that. Didn't I have some stickers? Oh yeah, I do. Okay. Was some. Oh, are you still out, Cam? Ah, gotcha. All right. Do y'all want to still do Ladybug? Mine is, I haven't prepared, full disclosure, I have not repaired my bug bag since the last insect palooza. So I'm pretty sure it's been broke for like a year. so I'm not gonna repair it either. We're just gonna let it go. We're just gonna let it go. It'll be fine. I usually bug hunt in groups anyway, so it's fine. Are we good to do more bug stuff, or do y'all want to go do I mean, do y'all want to do Ladybug or do y'all want to do Shimmer? Oh, well, I already sold them. I can't buy them back. It's too late now. I didn't know that they were part of the garden. I would have kept them before. It's too late now. I literally already sold them. Can't buy them back. Well, now I'm gonna have to collect a heck of a lot more. Thank you for the email partner. Part of making the recipe that you get at the end of finishing the bulletin board, the shimmering garden. So basically, we need to go farm essence. We need to go farm essence. Is that what you're saying? They want us back in the EU so badly. All right, well, I will keep them from now on. Ladybug, y'all. Ladybug or Dustwing? Or do we want to go Essence Farm? Essence Farm, Ladybug, or Dustwing? Ladybug. One for Ladybug. I had two choices to use Shimmer and Night Shadow. It might be any. Oh, it might be any uncommon bug. Okay. Congrats on your first plushie. Y'all, I'm gonna go here. It's a little more flat. I'm just gonna take a quick little stretch break though while we're waiting for everyone to gather. Oh, is it any uncommon bug then? Alright, y'all. Let's bug hunt for like 30 more minutes, and then we will call it a night. Or I'm gonna go back over here because I forgot I'm on the same server. They literally put the lawyer like right next to me where I was standing. I need to clear my quest log. But I guess keeping the shimmer is probably the best bet since that's what we're getting the most of. I will wait. Whoever else might be coming this way. Dude, my shoulder is bothering me. Correct, but I don't know what the time is on it, to be honest with you. It is limited time, but I don't know if they told us how long. I don't know if it's for the entire patch. Okay, Lenaria. Have a good night. All patch? Okay. Good night, good night. Rest well. We'll catch you tomorrow. Everybody here? Is it just us four? Because then we can just combine parties. Oh yeah, that's true. It has to be here for at least all of the... I can't. We're not doing this again. He's still doing that? Yeah. I can't. I literally can't. That shit happened last time. That's how they got partner. Like the whole 9. Yeah, no, they do. They do. They do. They do. I'm still clawing tooth and nail for it. Oh, back to butterflies. Makes it a little easier to see. To each their own, y'all. To each their own. It just sucks how long and I've been like working my behind off. That's all I'm gonna say about it. Oh gosh, hold on, I can't. Oh, nope, I did not get to hit it. Alright, I was too far away. Oh no, I know, cause that's a second account, by the way, cause my other account got banned. So there's that. And also, it's gonna happen more often because we're now merged servers, y'all. So it's not a matter of like hopping servers to swap. We can't. There's like hardly any servers available when it's not busy. Because they merge us all into one now. Y'all, all I can do is try my best. That's all I got. There's not much else I can do here. Oh, I see you saying follow me, but I'm totally not. Ah, I think I hit it. Yeah, I think I did. I think I hit it. I think I hit it. Oh my gosh. Oh, I did get this one up here. Or maybe y'all did and I just was like late to the party. Sorry. Let me loot all of the things. Oh, yo, there's one on me. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, I have the wrong tool out, y'all. I'm fired. I'm so fired. Oh my gosh. Oh, that went down really quickly. Oh, the party bonus. I heard that. I didn't want to hit it and spook it. I was like waiting to hit it. Oh, it went down. Oh no! I didn't mean to change outfits. Oh shoot. Well, I guess I'm gonna have to go with this one. Sorry, y'all. Hold on. Let me go with this one. Right? Oh, thank you for putting that back. Oh my gosh. Hello? Nope, that definitely went away. Alright, I'm gonna catch up on these bags. Wait, I see a couple of the. Oh, there's a lure way the heck on the other side. Okay. I'm like, why do I see them on the bug? On the buzzy jar. Are you the only one in your party? I have 3 in my party. It's just not showing. You know how bugged it is. I have 3. I have darkness and I have soul. I'm not seeing a single ladybug now. We got a couple of them. It's like they come like back to back and then they just disappear. I wish they had shimmerflies on our plot. Not to catch, but just to be like flying around. Good night, baby doll. Good night, good night. Rest well. Thanks for hanging. Thanks for the sub earlier. Catch you next time. Dude, what a name. There's a ladybug over here! Oh my gosh, it's about to change outfits. I'm on the wrong sticker. Please be a plushie. Oh, not quite. Not quite. I really am out here with all my fairy tale outfits. I should have. I really need to get the other one. Maybe when I can. I can't get it right now. A little expensive. I would totally put the Shimmerfly fully released on my plot. Or like, you know how like in Animal Crossing you have like the butterfly pavilion? That's what I would do. I would just have a room where it's just butterflies. That would be a vibe. Honestly, I don't know how we haven't. No, that's probably so complicated to like actually figure out. Because it's one thing to like let us do it. Yeah, but oh my gosh, they should have had a Shimmerfly collection. They should have had a Shimmerfly collection. Like a shimmering furniture set. That's definitely a missed opportunity. we all would have that. Wait, what happened? Somebody wait, who? Somebody had a ladybug and didn't say anything? I feel like that happens. Some people aren't like too familiar with the unspoken rule of follow me, you know, like that whole thing. So but I don't know. I can't really, I can't speak for anybody. Did it go down immediately? I know I always panic. Like, I always panic to say follow me. Oh my gosh, this is so far. Wait, hold on. Ah. No plushie. I feel like this plushie is gonna be really hard to get. Like, we have one, right? One. Some of us might have two. No, jumping is fine. Jumping is totally fine. Like, jumping and like pulling out your glider is a perfectly adequate way to let people know. It's just letting people know, you know what I mean? Is all. But there are definitely plenty of people who will just hit it and like walk away. like there's not a bunch of people around. That's why, like, sometimes I panic too much to get to my quick tech, so you'll just see me just jumping in place and pulling out my glider. Because sometimes it's just too hard to, like, get to that section. And then you see me fumbling, and I'll hit the tools instead of the quick techs. It's just like a whole thing. It's a whole thing that I don't want to battle. I didn't realize my buzzy jar ran out. Ah! Oh my god. See? Me panicking. Didn't even hit it. Me panicking, bringing out my toolbar. Y'all, I can't. I'm just gonna jump for it. Because the way I brought out the wrong tool. Is it still up? Oh my gosh, it's still up. There you go. I went down. Another one? Nope, that one went down. Oh my gosh, that thing is hauling. Dude, these Shimmerflies be booking it. They do not want to be part of the party at all. The only reason why I'm not really alerting to Shimmerflies is because they're common at this point, right? We can get them anytime. These princess ladybugs are just not, they're not popping up as often. So those are the ones you want to let everybody know that you see one. I also try not to spook it and then try to spam. They for sure were not going to do anything about it. Is that the same person that you were talking about, Darth? Because they hit it and didn't say anything. They didn't jump or anything. They just stood there. Because that one hit could have taken them down. That's the thing about these bugs. They're either one-hitter quitters or they take 20 million bags. Gosh, I think I hit it. Oh, it's still up. It's still up. 350 bug catching. 350. Dude, what the heck? How did we get here? Insectpalooza? I'm telling you. Like, I got really high then, and it just... Well, you just started playing, though. Trust me, by the time this month is over, you'll... It'll get up real high. It'll get up real high. Insectpalooza is a wild week, because it's literally just, like, non-stop bug hunting. Like, non-stop bug hunting. It's like, okay, go home, empty, grab some more bug bombs, and come back. That's what it is. And it's over and over and over again. Actually, now I understand why they did Shimmer. They did Shimmer out here because it kind of looks too close to a RTB. So if people were hunting RTB, they would get so confused. Like, is that an RTB or is that a Shimmerfly? No, the baby's still up. Oh no. Does he just refuse to sleep? Is it gonna be a late night or early morning for you? Thank you for the partner hype. Thank you, thank you. We're definitely trying, y'all. We're inching our way closer and closer. Every little bit helps. Please tell me that's not a real thing. Please tell me that's not a real thing. Wait, that's a real book? That's a real book? What? Why have I never heard it? Well, I have no children, so I would know about this book, but that's hilarious. Baby go to sleep. Oh my gosh, whoever made that is a genius. I gotta look into this book. I don't have no reason to buy it. Look it up on TikTok, I'm sure it's there. Okay. I was like, I literally have no reason to buy said book. Oh, it's definitely for the parents? Oh my gosh. Wait, I need to look this up. Well, there was a ladybug. But it got hit and the person was jumping, but I didn't see it in time. Oh, he took a late nap. No. Oh, he's gonna be up for sure. Well, you got plenty of books, don't you? That's really unfortunate. No, you need to get some sleep. That's what you need. You both need to get some sleep. Oh my gosh. Ow, it went straight towards you. That was so funny. He woke up when you stopped playing, fell asleep in my lap, so I figured I was screwed. Oh no. Oh no. You're like, will that swish the ladybug or it literally like crawled towards your feet. You didn't have to go far. Dude, is it because there's so many people going after ladybugs that it doesn't spawn? Oh. Why is there nothing there for me? Oh, cool. There literally is nothing there for me, but my teammates picked it up. Got it. Well, that was rigged. That was rigged. Wait, Darkness, did you get it? I saw... Oh, you didn't get it either? Oh, damn. It went down. It went down before we even hit it. Damn. Oh well. Tis what it is. There must have been a butterfly or something nearby. That's what makes it hard to hit them because of the box. But you'll either hit something in front of it unintentionally. Let's see another one. Wait, is this a new follow me? Oh gosh, it is. Oh my gosh, what is happening? Alright, y'all. I'm gonna just do a couple more lures and then I'm gonna call it a night. My eyes are starting to get tired. Been on too long. But we'll get back at it tomorrow. We'll do some essence farming tomorrow. And we can try RTB as well. So that'll be the game plan tomorrow. Essence and RTB. And if RTB is too crazy, then we can try Ladybug again. But that'll be the plan. Dude, have we not gotten another Shimmerfly? There's been so many out here. I don't see another ladybug either. It's hard to keep up with focus food when you are in a group because you're hitting so many things and it goes away so fast. So I tend to sometimes, if I have food, I will keep it up, but more often than not I won't, just because it gets too... It just drops so quickly, really, is the main thing. All right. Oh, my bags are full again. Dude, I just emptied my bags, I feel like. Holy. Follow you. Oh, it went down already. So we made some progress. We got a couple ladybugs, couple shimmerflies. This will be my last lure, y'all. I'm gonna tap out after this one. I'm not sure what happened to the butterflies. They all disappeared. Actually, where did the butterflies go? Maybe? Maybe we did break it. Is that the game telling us y'all had enough? Because now all I'm seeing are crickets. Y'all, I think we broke it. Damn, them some fighting words. Did they really just say some hoe took my bug? Oh my gosh. Tell us how you really feel. Jeez. Yo, that is an insane statement. Okay. I'm sorry that somebody took your bug, but damn. They didn't deserve to be called a hoe. Just like chill, there's literally hundreds. Actually, there really isn't. There are crickets. I'm pretty sure they weren't joking, because why would you type that in server? Okay, I think we broke it, y'all. Like, actually. Like, there's not one butterfly or moth or anything. I really feel like that they weren't joking, but now they're trying to just cover their asses. Yeah, we broke it, y'all. It's nothing but crickets out here. Yeah, it must have heard. It must have said, "You're tapping out." Bet. So were we. I think they went extinct. Could you imagine? Could you imagine one of the bugs was like, "Well, sorry, y'all. There's just no more shimmerflies." I think we broke it. I think we could tap out, y'all. I think we can tap out. This is actually insane. I don't understand what's happening. I don't know. We have had some crazy encounters in our servers, and I'm tapping out. I'm going home. Not that home is any safe. Home isn't safe. Home is not safe because here we are. I do want to see what this shimmer garden looks like. I want to make one. I'm gonna have to make up the essence that I'm using, but I would like to make one. Of course, y'all. We'll do more tomorrow. Tomorrow is essence farming and RTB. That is the plan. Essence farming and RTB. And any cooking if we can tomorrow. Y'all. Like, what happened to our cooking? Darth, where did you pull this sign from? Yo, I didn't know where it was in my bags. Who decided to make the icon the exact same time as the bugs? I said, what the? Okay. Please tell me it's not this small. I gotta figure out where to put it. I don't know where to put it. Wait, what? Oh. Stop it. Oh my gosh. That is so cute. That is really cute. You can't stack them together. This is cute. Kudos to them. This is adorable. I would just so basically y'all, you can make your own pavilion. Just put 4 of them in a room and just walk around. Just put 4 of them in a room and walk around. Then you got your own butterfly pavilion. For the hefty price of 1,000 essence though. Shit. We have to farm so much essence tomorrow. Oh man. I'm about to make another one. Shit. I'll farm it back. I'll farm it back, but like that's kind of pain. That's actually kind of pain. What do I have a lot of? Not those. God, I know. Well, there went all my essence. Alright, where am I putting another one? I mean, how magical would it be just to have it, like, line the way to the... Like, all these be butterflies, you know? Like, grab your butterflies on the way. Dude. The way. This is gonna be way too abused. This is gonna be so abused. I do want to know what it looks like in a house, though. So, we are gonna... Oh, wait. I have a house. Oh my gosh, you're gonna need so many to fit this entire, like, square. Wait, I need y'all to go back. I need y'all to go back so I know where I put you. Can you go back, please? Wait, is this one right here? I just can't see it. Okay, yeah, there they are. There they go back. I was like, I need y'all to go back because I can't see where I put you. Y'all, can we talk about how magical this is? They did a good job. Kudos to them for making something so cool. And it has like a nice little glow. Alright, we're gonna need like 20 million more of these. Oh my gosh, that's so much essence. Yes. Oh my gosh, the candles. I still can't move half of the candles that are on my other plot. How many Shimmerflies do you need for one? It's not so much Shimmerflies. You can use any uncommon bug. That is a lot of farming, I know. But look how magical they are. It's 5 uncommon. Any uncommon flying bug, y'all. Any uncommon flying bug. So right now you're probably getting a hefty amount of Shimmerflies. Hold on to those. And you need 1,000 essence. Which is... We're just gonna have... You can't... Not a request item. Chill out. You can't request it. Why would you put that there? You can't request this item. Could you imagine if you could? I'd request that every day. Yeah. I really think. Yay, Snowy fell asleep. That means you can go to sleep now. Oh my gosh, look how magical this is. Dude, I'm never leaving our plot. This is our forever home. Like, we're never leaving. Oh, I got the fish for... Let me make that really quick. Did we decide on Ace? Right? Not Amethyst? Oh my gosh, they followed me in here. That was cute. Darth, how long have you been sitting there? Did I not know you were there? Ace for these lights, right? Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Alright. And for the fountain. These butterflies are an insta hit for this. Oh my gosh, wait. Okay. If honestly, can this just be our runway? You know how I was like, oh, maybe we should make a runway? This could be our runway. We just make the butterflies here and the ending, and we have benches right here on either side. This could be our makeshift runway. And then we'll just have the butterflies line this area and they'll follow you. Yep. Exactly. Wait, is it because you're not? Oh my gosh. You have to run through there? Oh, I want to dance. Hold on. Wait for me. Oh my gosh. I can't. Let me literally poke someone's eye out of my hair. Yeah, go around the fountain and back. And when we actually, people can just like line up on this on either side. They don't have to sit. Because when you log on to the, you know what I mean? When you log on to the plot, you immediately are already here, so you don't have to go far. And you just go around here and back. As they're just following. Oh my gosh, this is such a perfect idea. All right. Was there any other last minute thing I needed to do before tomorrow? I think that's it. Oh, I had one butterfly following me. Purple lights. Darth, are you at home? No, Darth, are you at home? Where are you? Are you over here? Wait, where are the dice? They're on top of somebody's house, right? Aren't they on top of somebody's house? The last time they were. They used to be on top of somebody's house. They aren't now. Did we take them off? Oh, you got them? Okay, okay, okay. Perfect. Got it. Got it, got it. Okay. I got you. Do you need more trees for the forest? I need more of these trees. Do those give seeds at the end? Maybe I'm gonna water the ones over here. Oh my gosh, these trees are magical. Wait, are these done watering? Do you not get seeds from these? Oh, you do? Okay, maybe it's just not. Maybe that one's not done yet. Oh, you watered some. Gotcha. We need to figure out... Stop. These Shimmerflies are so cute. Good night, Snowy. Good night, good night. We'll catch you tomorrow. We need to put windows on these. Because there's windows on those. And then we need to figure out... Did we say we're gonna do flower wall on here? On the backs of these? Okay. Just the bottom or the entire thing? Like the top can be windows and the bottom can be flower? How many panels is that? I need a box for over here. We need a we're decorating over there box. Oh, my bags are too full. Alright. Problematic. Oh my gosh, my bags are just always too full. I gotta keep these. Can I put anything in here? Aw, these are cute. Okay, we're not watering those two trees, right? We're keeping these trees as they are. Let me sell all the stuff I have. I don't know what these rose bushes look like. I'm just gonna plant them somewhere. and see if we like them. I don't think I have any rose bushes. I don't remember. Oh, is it doing that buggy thing where it's not watering? Or it's like a certain angle? Yeah, it's a certain angle. Alright, y'all. I'm gonna tap out. I appreciate y'all hanging and vibing and lurking and keeping a tab while we're partner pushing, while we are ever so gently struggling through all these crashes. We are we're doing our best, y'all. Hopefully tomorrow it's a little bit better. What'd you say? Did you get the ones in the... I have not. Oh wait, that's right. There is one in here. Hold on. I didn't get it because my bags were full. Do we get to grow these or do we only get 4? What do these look like? Oh gosh. Let me plant these too. Oh! Oh my gosh, are these about to be giant? Alright. These are gorgeous. We're definitely gonna need these everywhere. Especially on this plot. Alright, y'all. Let me see who I can raid us into. Let's see who's on. Let's go this way. We're gonna go here. Let me see how long she's on. She's probably gonna be on for a little while. Y'all, we're gonna go raid Kim for the day. I appreciate y'all hanging. I will see you all tomorrow. Get plenty of rest. Stay hydrated, y'all. Good night. Good night. Good night.